Muito bom dia a todos. Bem-vindos à Fundação Calouste Gulbenkian. Gosto para nós.
Welcome to the Gulbenkian Foundation. We are very pleased to host this conference. As you know, the foundation for some time has given particular attention to the role that arts can play in the work and development of communities, trying to involve professionals and non-professionals in the co-creation of artistical proposals and to see what is the social value these projects can have. We have done this through the Parties initiative that since 2013 has been supporting this type of projects. We always think about the beginning when we thought about this competition or to support projects, if we could think about specific arts to work with or groups, specific groups that we would work with. And it's good that we did not do that, because if we had been identifying specific practices or specific groups to work with, I'm certain that probably we would not be thinking about opera as a priority or to work with inmates. So it's good that we did not make that choice. We wanted to be surprised, and so this project, Opera in Prison, was a major surprise, a good surprise, I must say, and it has been growing in terms of work with the Leiria prison, with different young people that have been involved in the project, and now at the international level with Barcelona and the Irish National Opera, making the most of what technologies can do in the development of participating art. So it is a privilege to us to be able to support and follow this project as much as possible. We are showing not just the social role that arts can have, but also, that is very important, exploiting new paths for the artistic work. And this is one of the areas that we will be discussing here this morning. And it is of the utmost importance that we keep on learning to develop this type of work. Finally, a word of thanks to all involved, starting with, I'm sorry, I cannot mention everyone by name, but the whole SAMP team, the Liceu de Barcelona, the National Theatre of Ireland, in this involvement of several countries and cities, and also, of course, the team of the Gulbenkian Foundation, because a lot of the reach of this work, the involvement of Hugo Seabra, Narcisa Costa, Gabriela Oliveira, and many others. Because as a matter of fact, this work has been interesting to us. It started with the Gulbenkian Program for Sustainable Development we are part of. At the time it had a different name, but now it is becoming an important working agenda of the foundation, exploiting the possibilities that the foundation has, not just to support civil society, but also to support culture at large, different areas, museum, music, an orchestra that has had a very important role to play here. So without further ado, I thank you again for being here today for this session. I welcome you to the Gulbenkian Foundation, and I hope you have a fruitful working day. Hello, good morning. Welcome to this international conference. Those of you present here and those of you following us online. It will be a full day to talk about the idea and practice of building capabilities, rethinking the social value of culture. I'm Vanessa Rodriguez, a journalist and a teacher. I have also been working with journalism as an education tool in education centers with young people, and I'm part of an association that works with art in the community. I will be your host today, throughout today, and I hope I will be able to make some bridges in this journey, joint reflection on how participative art can help develop capabilities and talents, individual talents, and strengthen human rights as well. But in order for us to get into a common ground of dialogue, we have to be all on the same page to a certain extent. So I'm bringing you now three key ideas, our guidelines for the day. François Matarazzo will then give us a framework for this common page to be co-creating during the day, and these three guidelines will help us work together. This conference is an initiative involving the Gulbenkian Foundation, the e-traction, and shows the common interest and social value of cultural participation. It is focused mainly on using digital technology, the traction, to support the co-creation of opera with socially vulnerable communities. Hence, this work is in line with the Gulbenkian's work that has been supporting social inclusion through cultural participation. Now, the traction framework as an interdisciplinary project funded by the 2020 Horizon 2020 program of the EC that everyone knows. And since 2020, when everything changed, the traction partners in Portugal, Ireland, and the UK have been co-creating new operas with communities involving people that are in situation of social vulnerability. And moreover, today in Gulbenkian at 9:30, a unique performance involving artists, professional artists, and non-professional artists from Leiria, the prison for juveniles, using digital technology and innovative technology created by the traction partners. So for you, we have prepared still this morning a sample of this show that will be part of this conference. Thirdly, the third of these guidelines is the idea about the title of this conference that you can see behind me in English. To build capabilities, rethinking the social value of culture, is mainly the research work of tracking, very innovative, important, adapting the approach of capabilities developed both by the economist and philosopher Amartya Sen, an Indian, and the American philosopher Martin Nussbaum, among others, on the practice of participating arts. According to the traction vision, we wonder to what extent the participation in co-creation of opera extends people's capabilities so that they can do and be what they want to be, going beyond the individual capabilities. And we have today with us François Matarazzo that will try to put into context this concept that we will try to build during the day. François has been working on this disturbing or restless art through the evaluation of the social impact of this participation as terra incognita. So François will now give us the common ground so that we can think about the relationships between art and participation.
Thank you, Vanessa. As Vanessa has said, my responsibility this morning in 15 minutes or so is to try and establish the ground on which the presentations and the ideas of the conference will stand. But before I begin, I want to say it's not just an honor to be here speaking at the Gulbenkian Foundation, but it's a very personal, I'm personally very grateful because some who know me well may know that it was an apprenticeship funded by the Gulbenkian Foundation in 1981 that was my first entry into community arts. And the Gulbenkian Foundation also supported my research in 1997 into the social impact of participation in the arts. And then my work more recently, which the foundation published as A Restless Art. So I really feel that the foundation has been my fairy godmother, accompanying me during the course of my career. And really, it has been one of the most important supporters of work to extend participation in the arts in the UK and in other countries, and deserves great credit for that. Is culture good for us? A simple question on the surface, but one that has troubled philosophers and politicians since the age of Plato, if not before. It also concerns those who create and enjoy culture, which is to say, all of us, because culture is one of humanity's defining characteristics. There is no human being without culture, just as there is no culture without human beings. Culture is the immensely complex system of symbols by which we create, communicate, and understand meaning in our lived experience, and thus build community. This is why Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights asserts that everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community and to enjoy the arts. Anyone who is prevented from participating freely in cultural life is excluded not just from the community, but from the human family itself. And there have always been those who are willing to define other human beings as somehow less than human. African people during the period of slavery, Jewish people under the Nazi regime, Uyghur and Rohingya people today. Social exclusion begins with cultural exclusion. So the first reason culture is good for us is that it enables us to fulfill our human potential. In expressing our values and identity through culture's language of signs, rituals, images, sounds, performances, we protect our place in the human community. We assert our equality in dignity, if not in resources, capabilities, or experience. And that idea would have been understood by the artists and thinkers of the classical period, whose legacy still defines European culture. For them, and for most people still, culture is a route for self-fulfillment. That is why it shares etymological roots with the word cultivation. This human work of cultivation adds value to nature. So, in this understanding, culture has value because it offers empowering access to what Matthew Arnold described as the best which has been thought and said in the world. Those words, published in 1869, have become famous, partly because they express European confidence in the superiority of its own elite culture at the height of imperial colonialism. This high idea of culture as a form of spiritual and sentimental education inspired the construction of great museums, galleries, and opera houses during the 19th century, like the Liceu in Barcelona, which this year celebrates its 175th anniversary. Those institutions were seen as a defense of humanism in the age of industrialization and growing working populations in booming cities. After the Second World War, a softer version of the same idea persuaded democracies to set culture alongside education, healthcare, housing, and employment as the foundations of public well-being in the welfare state. They called it cultural democratization. And it's always a pleasure to be in this beautiful building which dates from that period and embodies in its very fabric that aspiration of cultural democratization. This mission, which has been the foundation of cultural policy in Western Europe for over 70 years, sees culture as a good because it is a route to civilization. Like Arnold, our cultural institutions conceive their task as being to provide citizens with access to the best of the past and contemporary artistic creation in order that they may fulfill their human potential. It is a compelling vision. It has attracted artists, politicians, and citizens, as well as philanthropists like Calouste Gulbenkian, whose legacy provides the environment in which we meet. Under the banner of cultural democratization, this policy has helped create the scale, quality, and variety of cultural provision today, which by any measure is far richer than it was in the 1930s. Nevertheless, it's an idea that is problematic because it is so hard to reconcile the principle of democracy and with the deeper truth that democracy was invented to manage, which is simply that human beings are immensely different and they don't agree with each other. It takes a 19th century elitist like Matthew Arnold to speak so easily of the best which has been thought and said in the world, with the implication that what is best is obvious, unchanging, beyond question, and indeed that the world itself can be known. Culture may indeed be a vital path towards human flourishing. I believe it is. But since we do not agree what human flourishing is, how can we expect to agree how culture might help us get there? That challenge to cultural policy was made in the 1960s and 1970s in the name of cultural democracy by those who argued for a recognition of the diverse and multipolar nature of culture against the paternalism of self-interested experts. The debate between cultural democratization and cultural democracy continues. Indeed, it has revived in the past 10 years. But that's not the focus of our discussions today, because neither concept is actually very much concerned with explaining why culture might be good for us. Cultural democracy, which risks succumbing to mere relativism, has not yet offered a coherent or compelling alternative to cultural democratization and remains a potential but unfulfilled alternative. The refusal to recognize the subjective nature of cultural value that arises from human diversity is a fundamental problem with the civilizing mission. But there is another, which is more insidious and more difficult to acknowledge. It is the idea that culture is good for some people, not as a pathway to human flourishing, whatever that is understood to mean, but because it can solve social problems that those people are deemed to face, usually by others in a more fortunate social position. An increasing number of initiatives, especially in the last 20 years or so, to extend access to culture follow this rationale. And the people they target tend to be poor, marginalized, or at risk of social exclusion. Although the idea that participation in cultural programs can lead to positive social outcomes is increasingly advanced as a justification for extending access, it faces significant conceptual and practical problems. The most obvious of these is that evidence to support it is patchy and does not take account of alternative methods of achieving the same goals. This is a common subject of academic and political debate, and like other puzzles, it has solutions. I'm more concerned with problems, ethical and philosophical problems. And they are much less easily dealt with. If culture is good because it enables humans to flourish, why does that apply only to some humans? Do we believe that experiencing poverty or social inclusion makes a person intrinsically less able or entitled to fulfill their human potential? Surely not. But that is the implication of using cultural projects to engineer social change. And that raises a further problem. What right does an artist or a cultural institution have to set out to change a person, a group, or a community without their knowledge or consent? Again, that question answers itself, but in reality, many arts projects do act in just that way. So is there a way through this philosophical, artistic, and political tangle? Can we explain why culture is good to us, and specifically why access to it is a core element of social inclusion and a human right? Can we do that without falling on the one hand into the paternalism of the civilizing mission, and on the other into ill-conceived and morally unacceptable forms of social engineering? That is the question that I, with my colleagues in the Traction Consortium, many of them here today, have been grappling with over the past 2.5 years. The answer we propose is to adapt the capabilities approach developed by Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum to the practice of participatory art. Both Sen and Nussbaum used the word approach rather than theory or something more concrete to recognize that human capabilities are evolving and contingent, and there is not yet a consensus as to what they should comprise in all polities and cultures. In other words, this is a way of thinking that recognizes the diversity of human cultures, of human wishes, of human aspirations, and the consequently our inability to agree with each other, and doesn't see that inability as a problem, simply as a social reality. Martha Nussbaum defines capabilities as the answers to the question, what is this person able to do and to be? There are many ways in which access to culture could enhance what someone is able to do and to be. And that has been the driving idea since I learned about community arts as an apprentice community art worker all those years ago. The idea that somebody else that everyone should have the same opportunities and access that I had benefited from that enabled me to even apply for that job in the first place. So, for instance, access to culture can enable a person to develop new skills, to gain social capital, to extend their knowledge, self-awareness, self-confidence, among many other things. And those ideas were conceptualized by Deirdre Williams and in my own work in 1997 on the social impact of participation in the arts. Those theories, I think, remain relevant to the co-created opera trials developed through Traction, and they have been widely used in the sector. However, the capabilities approach provides a stronger theoretical basis for analysis because, as Nussbaum explains, it recognizes also the social context within which we must act. So as she says, capabilities are not just the abilities residing inside a person. Does this person have a musical talent? Are they a good dancer? Are they a good speaker? But also the freedoms or opportunities created by the combination of personal abilities and the political, social, and economic environment within which they live and work. For Nussbaum, personal capabilities, those skills, knowledge, confidence that I just mentioned, are necessary but not sufficient to our flourishing. Unless we live in a social, political environment that offers the freedoms and opportunities to develop and use those capabilities, we cannot achieve our potential. For example, women only gained the right to take degrees at Oxford University in 1920. Until then, and indeed for many years afterwards, women were structurally excluded from academic and professional life, whatever their personal capabilities. The year before I was born, Oxford University finally removed the restriction that said only 25% of students could be women. This is 1957. So it doesn't matter how brilliant Martha Nussbaum it might be as a philosopher, if she couldn't get a degree or a position in a university, we'd have never been able to benefit from her ideas, and she would never have been able to fulfill her human potential. Here, the concept of social exclusion, which is central to what Traction is working with the three co-created opera trials, which prioritize people at risk of social exclusion. This concept is critical to understanding the dual dimensions of the capabilities approach. Social exclusion may be understood, as it says on the screen, as a social process within a whole society rather than a way of categorizing individuals and groups within that society. In other words, social exclusion is often the result of how majority groups organize to meet their needs. Then that may have consequences, often unforeseen or careless consequences, for others who have different needs. Many of the people who've participated in the Traction opera trials experience social exclusion in varying degrees and ways. Social processes such as poverty, discrimination, geographic distance, or disability can contribute to people's exclusion, and therefore to their inability to capitalize on their personal capabilities. In looking at the social impact of the Traction projects, in effect, in asking whether culture is good for the people involved, we must take account of both aspects and ask not only if and how a person has gained more capability, more personal capability, but also if and how their socio-political environment may have become more inclusive and therefore more empowering for them. Unfortunately, that is much too large an issue for Traction to consider directly for at least two reasons. First, the opera co-creation trials cannot and do not aim to solve wider problems that contribute to the social exclusion experienced by many of the participants. It's simply beyond the power of a cultural project to change a person's legal status, health condition, or geographic isolation. These factors will be noted in the evaluation and the research, but there's no expectation that change will be observed in them as a result from participating in a community opera. Where change can be expected and identified if it occurs is in the social structures with which the participants engage directly and closely, the cultural institutions, social services, and public bodies involved in the trial. Thus, it is appropriate to consider how the three cultural organizations leading the trials may have become more open to involving people at risk of social inclusion in their work. In the case of the Leiria Prison Opera Project, for example, which will be presented later this morning, we need to consider the extent to which it may contribute to a greater willingness to use the arts in offender rehabilitation within the prison and indeed within the wider Portuguese criminal justice system. So, Traction needs to answer two connected but distinct questions. Has participation in opera co-creation extended a person's capability to do and to be what they choose? And it's the what they choose that protects people's human dignity always, and that connects with that human right. And secondly, how far do the social entities within which participants aim to exercise their capabilities enable them to do and to be what they choose? Is culture good for us? Certainly, if it empowers us by strengthening our capabilities, since that is necessary to fulfilling our human potential, for us to be and to do what we choose. But the positive value of culture cannot compensate for failures and injustices of the political, social, and economic environment that prevent individuals or groups from fulfilling or exercising their capabilities. In the end, the capabilities approach returns us to an understanding of culture as central to human flourishing, but demonstrates also the structural obstacles that stand in the way of that flourishing. Thank you very much.
Obrigada, François. Parece cada vez mais.
Thank you, François. It's clear and urgent to understand the role that art has to acquire capabilities and confidence by the individual and include social inclusion and a feeling of belonging. Many issues to be solved. François mentioned a few of them. So to what extent can all this have a role or impact for researchers, for artists, for politicians? Do we have to have social responsibilities in the art field? Are we burdening artists of their social responsibility, if there is one? So we will now have a view from an institution. Valentí Oviedo, director of the Gran Teatre del Liceu of Barcelona. Welcome. So, welcome, good morning. I can see you through the glass, says the speaker. Anyway, the first speaker presented the backdrop to our conference, Food for Thought, here in the Foundation, as a cultural institution which looks at culture and society. So, question, what has been your role in terms of business, in terms of culture, participation of culture, in all this methodology which François described to us? We have interpretation into English, so you can either speak English or Portuguese. Well, you don't speak Portuguese, so anyway.
In order to understand my role in this process, but first of all, I want to thank to François and all the team of Traction, Miquel, and because I think that all this process, it is being very inspiring for all of us. and is a big inspiration, and this led us to transform our organizations. At the beginning, when we said what is the mission of a cultural institution, in a few words, we could say that is promote the access to culture to improve and transform societies. But how can we transform societies if many of our big institutions are stuck in the past?
Okay.
So, if we are not able to transform ourselves, how can we pretend to transform the societies? So, we constantly have to try if we are in the right moment of the place where we are, or in the place where we do belong. The mission of one institution is different if our institution it is in Barcelona, that it is, for example, in Paris, or in Marrakesh, or in Beirut, because the reality in that part of the world is a bit different. So the mission must be changed at the same time that the society where we are is changing. In my background, I have learned from many people. Mm-hmm. And this led you have in my back some experience that let me know that something has to change. I mean, I was working for 2 years in the City Council of Barcelona, and my boss was a politician called Joan Subirats, that nowadays he's the Minister of Universities in Spain. And he let me know what was important, the equity for the societies, and how important was to get that many people get opportunities and possibilities. I didn't have this background before that. I thought in cultural as a democracy, but I didn't believe how it was important to transform people culture. I played piano, and I was in that kind of Western culture that every one of us in our Western welfare will understand. And I thought that it was good, but till I didn't know my boss, he is from the left parties in the city council, I didn't realize the power of culture of that. And suddenly, when I had the opportunity to change my position from the city council to the Liceo Opera House, when I said to my boss, to Joan Subirats, why I wanted to be there, I told him that I wanted to be there because I wanted to try to change something thanks to his theory. Because sometimes I told him, Joan, what you say is perfect, you are writing many books, but you haven't done anything in the real life to trying to change this. Because all of us write papers about that. But could we try to change it in a real way? We don't know, because we're in the process. So we will do things in a good way, and we will do wrong things. And I will explain something that hasn't worked in the process, because this is what this led us to learn. But I'm following with a paper of this. When I arrived at Liceo Opera House, as Francois told, Liceo Opera House, it is 175 years old. Mm-hmm. So it is his 175th anniversary. This theater was built with two goals. First one, this theater was built because the Conservatoire, that is the origin of this theater, had to pay the scholarship of the students, because the students didn't pay anything. And the promoters of the Conservatoire decide to promote the theater in order to earn money thanks to the tickets to pay the scholarships. So this is perfect. This is the big issue. The other side of the theater, it was because the bourgeois of that period of time, the middle of 19th century, wanted to have his own theater of opera and be happy and enjoy and show his jewels to the rest of the people. Two different things, but in one side or other is a way to access to the culture. One, to pay scholarships, the other thing, to show what the bourgeois had in that moment. And for me, this is inclusion. Everything is inclusion.
Mas elitista, elitist.
It's elitist, exactly. It's elitist, but I mean, from the elitist to help all the citizens, for me, everything has to be able in a place. No exclusion, everyone is included. And that history and the idea that it was a theater very, very, very elitist, it was very challenging to try how an organization can change. As I told to Irene and Eva, that they are my colleagues and collaborate in this project, I told this morning that after my first 6 months in Lycée Opera House, the head of human resources went to the president of my foundation and told him, you should fire this general manager because he wants to do many changes. Because when you want to try to change something, there are many difficulties. The first one, inside the organization. Everybody wants to do the same things as always has been made. Because in this process, for example, instead of contract a company who does scenographies for the opera that we are going to do, we have decided to paint the floor in the middle of a square of the neighborhood that there is next to our theater, because some urban artists that are doing the graffitis on the floor paint them while the rest of the people who is walking can see it, and that it is seen that the art is made in the streets instead of doing in a factory. This has changed completely the way of doing the scenographies in our theater, because the engineers normally, well, there are some companies who do that, and we are doing that always in the same way. But you have to push a lot in order to try to change the things. And what is happening now? All the engineers are super involved in the project, because the transformation, as I told you before, also begins with the transformation of the employees of the organization. And this will remain forever. This is because we are doing a big effort to change the things now, but when this is got in every one of us, the next time it goes in a really, really easy way. But doing at the first time, we have need the collaboration of traction. We have need the push of Paolo, of Francois, being there, talking with everyone, Eva talking with everyone, Irene being very stubborn in many things. We have need the help of Europe to change a theater. It's impossible to do it alone. It's impossible to do it alone. And even we don't know what will happen after that this opera happens. An opera that has been involving more than 1,000 people.
Mas o Valenti foi o primeiro grande teimoso, então, a querer criar mudanças, não é? E como é que...
Man wanting to introduce transformation and changes. How did you involve your team? How did you get your staff behind you to go down the road of transformation, of change? How was the work? How was the teamwork? How did you talk to people? How did you insist? How do you defend your points of view? How did you work with Irene? How was it possible to set up a team? How did this process, this human part of the change process, when you're a member of a team that believes in change, the human dimension is very important, the human dimension of believing in change. How did that work for you?
It is because there is an opportunity. I mean, 4 years ago, when we thought where was located in the mind of the people the Liceo Opera House and where it was the society, we realized that we were two worlds. And many people began to understand that or we change our role or we won't be necessary in the future. So, first of all, it's a need. Because nowadays the world is talking about diversity, it's talking about migrations, it's talking about climate change, and we were talking about arts and Greek and music. And this was not connected with the people. And we realized that we need to go to this direction. So you try to put in people this fear. Second, I need to know some people who help me to begin to this aspect. And in this case, obviously, I knew previously to work here at Liceo Opera House Tueva, that has worked a lot in this kind of process, and for me, when you know someone that can help you to do something, it's easier to go forward. Inside of the Liceo Opera House, I met Irene, who was really involved in all the social program. So I knew someone who was involved in that. And then I found the musical the director of the musical area, that his name is Tony, who also was very involved in these aspects and understand that the work has to go forward. And obviously the politics that are nowadays in left parties also understand that this kind of changes has to happen. And finally, obviously, my president, Salvador Alemany, was born in the neighborhood of Raval. So, although he's a very important person, a big businessman in Spain, he was born there, so he knew that this kind of things has to happen. And at the end, obviously, all the support of Traction with Miquel and Francois and all the rest of the team in front of. So, the first lesson is, before going to a battle, you have to know that there are someone behind you that can give you support. And although it could be a good idea, obviously it was very important to know that the team and that there was key persons in order to go forward. The second point, it was also quite easy. This neighborhood, Raval, that it's the neighborhood next to Liceo Opera House, it's a neighborhood with where lives 55,000 people in 1.1 kilometers square, with more than 40 nationalities, with many conflicts. It's quiet where, but with many associations. And this is very important because it's a neighborhood where there are many foundations and many associations who work with all the communities. And this is very important in order to build up a project like this, because if we have to begin from person to person, it's absolutely impossible, because we are a cultural institution. We are not the educational system, and we are not the social system. We are a part of a big ecosystem, and we could add value if something is created. With our resources and with our mission, it's impossible to build up from zero to top all these things. It's important to know that we are part of that, a little part of that. As Francois mentioned before, or is as far as I understand, culture cannot change lives, but can change attitudes. So we have to know that we are not able to save the world. It's impossible. We are a little part of the process. So having all these associations, all these foundations who work with communities in the neighborhood, and having the key persons to develop all this project, I think that all the team and the institution feel comfortable to go forward and try to do this ambitious project.
Tem de haver uma abertura para saber escutar, porque...
Well, you have to be able to listen to the community, a bottom-up approach. So the listening, consulting the community, knowing what the wishes are and the worries of the community. So as part of your transformation process, for us, it would be important to understand what were those changes which you as an institution felt. As you said, we can't change the world, we can't change behaviors, but we can change attitudes, as you said. When did your team, and in the partnerships with other associations in your neighborhood of Raval, when did you become aware that this partnership had become a positive stepping stone towards change? Do you remember any episode that when your team noticed that we're going down the right path?
Yes, for sure. We have lived many moments where all of us will have a very emotion about what has happened. But before that, I wanted to say something that surely we have to improve in the next project. Okay. Because also this helped to talk about what we have seen in terms of transform. Lycée Opera House always works with one objective or one goal that is very important: the artistic quality. This means that if we want to work with artistic quality, perhaps there is a lack of work community. But in this first project, our first aim was, okay, we have to work with professionals in order to run in a good way with all the community. Sometimes, and we have debated a lot of this issue, perhaps we don't live that the community work as free as a real community work should become. But in order to control a little all the process, we thought that work with professionals and with composers, with librettists, with choreographers, with a stage director were quite important. Okay, so there is a composer of this opera. It's called Arnau Tordera, that has composed the opera that we will see next 5th of October in Liceo Opera House. Arnau decided to compose a theme before 2 years ago that the opera becomes, and this song was have a lot of rehearsals of the different choirs that will participate in the opera. More than 11 choirs will participate in the opera, and the choir. The non-professional choir is about 250 people who will participate on the stage, and during all this time he has practiced on this song during his normal and his regular lessons. No? I remember in a square that there is in the middle of the Raval neighborhood that this song appeared as the first time. And 250 people sang in front of the audience this song. And the spirit and the emotion and the happiness of the attendants and the choir singing for the first time this hymn, the hymn of Raval, was absolutely amazing. Because it was the first time that all the people noticed that the opera could be a real thing, because it's the first touchable thing that they show, because a song was sung and the audience saw it, and the connection with the audience, that they were the parents and families and the 250 people singing that song who talk about his neighborhood, was completely amazing. And actually, many of these people has decided that this song is the hymn of his neighborhood, a hymn who talks about the Raval in a good way, with being stigmatized, talking about his neighborhood with absolutely happiness. These people who normally see on the newspapers bad news about his neighborhood sing a song in a positive way about the place where they live, under my point of view, was completely different. And this was one of the moments, I think that we were there, where we thought that we had done something good. Only for that moment, we have changed something. And we don't really know if this will change the life of these people, but this moment is in his back, and at least compensate the bad moments that all these people must have. So the thing is, try to compensate little touch of happiness.
Isso relaciona-se com dos aspectos que o François também abordou.
Which François mentioned in his presentation about culture being education for spirituality and emotion, how important that is. So, we have 15 minutes before the break. I would like to have an interchange here. I want you to feel as part of this conference. So, ask your questions, share your doubts. How can your...
That obviously we work with this project, this gap that there is between people who can access to culture and not, but also it's very important that this project works about the gap that there is between people who can access to technology and not. This is what makes value to Traction, because nowadays there are two big gaps. We are in a cultural institution, so it's very important to talk about culture, but this project also works about the gap with people who can access to the technology or not. So these big two gaps that we have nowadays in Europe, that is culture and technology, I think that we try to give some little answer in this project. And before doing this dialogue, I thought that it was very important to understand why these kind of projects try to give answers to European problems. No, it's culture and technologies. If we reduce this gap, I think that we walk to the equity, equality. But it's important also to put the accent here. And the last thing is, why opera? Opera is the art that explains how Europe is. Opera is the essence of Europe. And if we, all of us, understand that opera is the essence of the culture of Europe, it's absolutely important to give access to the opera, because otherwise we will never to walk to the equality among people.
Acredita que ainda existe, então, e eu estou a dar-vos tempo também para que possam.
So, think about your questions. Maybe you caught unexpectedly requesting to ask questions. Anyway, how does technology and the opera as a language be used as a way of increasing the participation of citizens? And you said that Europe, that opera is the essence of Europe, but it's still a cultural and artistic manifestation which is far away from citizens, from people. So to what extent will this concrete project bring people closer to a cultural and artistic manifestation which is still considered kind of art for the elite? How do you do that?
First of all, in this case, is because for 4 years we are talking, explaining, trying to do some workshops. The music is an understandable music. The story is a story made by the citizens of the neighborhood. So when they go to see the opera, they will connect with stories that has happened in his neighborhood. So we try to approach the opera to the citizens in the way that the opera first talk about aspects that touch the lives of the people currently in a metaphoric way or in a real way. Second, that the music touch people, because at the end music are emotions. And third, opera requires an intellectual effort. This is a fact. You love the opera because you go to the opera. The music goes to you. Lady Gaga, the music of Lady Gaga comes to you. And the difference between Lady Gaga and opera is that you go to the music. It's the difference between opera and other kind of pop music. We have to give the light in order that people go through the opera. My musical director says a very interesting thing. There is a big difference between shining and lighting. Shining made you blind. So many times pop music shine you because you are astonished about that big music. But the good thing is that music that light you, because when something light you, it means that guide you. And this requires effort. So it's not easy, but we have to do many keys. Because when someone discovers opera, many things change, because opera is art, is architecture, is philosophy, is literature, is music, is story, is many things. And this is not easy at all. It's very, very, very difficult. It's obviously difficult. This is because it's the essence. But when Mozart composed, it was for try to do it for everyone. When Handel composes, try to do it for everyone. So often, European nowadays, we are very conservative because we try to preserve that we had. And we're conservative and you don't go forward, then you begin to be lost. So we have to be less conservative and understand that opera, it's only 400 years old. Imagine the years that has the humanity. So 400 years old is that the opera art is a really young art. So the future of the opera will completely change in the future. Surely, the electronic music and the orchestra will be mixed in the opera of the future, and the stories has to change completely and have to talk about the problems or the situations that are happening nowadays. So we have to forget all this change that we have in order to advance with this art.
Obrigada, Valenti. Temos tempo só para uma perguntinha vossa.
We have time for a question. Could you tell us your name and then ask the question? But you have to use the microphone, of course. Hello, good morning. My name is Luís Ferreira. It seems simple, but could you explain better why is opera the essence of Europe? I don't think that is consensual. I've got nothing against Europe, I must say, but when I imagine that so very few people have access to it, it's a recent art. They just said there are people that were born and died without ever going to opera. I don't think it has this community dimension. I understand the importance of opera. I'm not questioning that, but I am wondering, why do you assume that opera is the essence of Europe? I mean, if you told me that the Greek writings are philosophy, that dimension is civilizational, but I cannot understand why Europe is the essence. It may sound like a detail, but it would be important for me to understand your reasoning.
If we try to imagine, well, first of all, I have a bit of influence. I don't know if you have read the book called Los Europeos from Orlando Figes. I don't know if you have read. It talks about the rails and the opera as a thing very interesting. And the opera is an art where all the arts are fits there. No, I mean, opera has architecture with the scenographies. It has music. It has literature, as I told you. All the aspects of the arts are focused on this art, and this art appeared 400 years ago, and is spread through all Europe. Paris, Spain, Portugal, north of Europe, Italy. After opera, is not another art that gathers all Europe. If you look at this story, this art appears more or less at the same time. Perhaps, the only thing that after the opera, 400 years later, the only art that also gathers all Europe is the techno music, for example. I mean, something that unites all Europe as an art. Is perhaps a bit hard to explain, but opera and all his meaning you makes that all Europe are quiet unit by this kind of art. And what I wanted to say is that it's not is a complex art. This is a fact, and this is why at least is what I understand in order to go to in this theater is that I want that as many people as I can try to understand this art, because I think that this helps. This can help to many other things. So we have to try to make interested that this art is interested to as many people as I can. But unfortunately, I think that I cannot give you more keys than this one. More than go to the history and see how appear the opera in all Europe, more or less at the same times, and how the composers and artists travel abroad of Europe thanks to the opera, making like an union thanks to this art. And I think that is important. And I think that is relevant to try to explain. And I think that it's important that Europe explain itself thanks to this art. And I think that this art is very important to include everyone, because thanks to the opera and what is around the opera is very important as a tool of inclusion, under my point of view.
Muito obrigada, Valentim. Obrigada, Luís, pelas questões.
Valenti, thank you for your questions. During these sessions, you will be invited to ask questions, so bear this in mind. So as time goes by, you may think about what you want to question to ask. So thank you for this sense of belonging, culture, the historic dimension, changes, the stubbornness that it was necessary to do this work with communities, in this case, rural community, to understand opera, this complex art as a total comprehensive phenomenon that involves many other areas of knowledge like philosophy or performance, and the need to bring different languages that may bring us closer. Maybe Paulo Lameiro will explain immediately after the break. So we'll be back at 11:15. Maybe we can have a coffee, cookies, and then we'll come back at 11:15. Thank you.
Muito bom dia. Bem-vindos e bem-vindas a esta segunda parte da manhã, desta sessão da manhã. Vamos ter agora o Paulo Lameiro, da Sociedade Artística.
Now we'll have Paulo Lameiro and Joaquina, Tiago's mother. We will be live with the place where this opera is taking place. Paulo Lameiro is a communicator, pedagogist. He was a baritone singer for some time. He sang at the St. Carlos Opera House in Lisbon, and he has become, in the meantime, director of several music schools, namely the Lisbon Conservatory. So, Paulo, I know your CV is long. Let's make it short. Let's go to what matters. Let's go to opera. Good morning, Joaquina. It's very nice to be with you here today. It's a special day to be here with you, with Vanessa, with all of you. Good morning. It's great to see friends in the room and see people that have been, in the past 2 months, so much involved in the production of an opera at a prison. That's very special. So let's now share with you 3 simple ideas. The first one, that we have to give voice to those who matter. So we now go live to the Mozart Pavilion. There will be no performance like the one we had in the Tenoria with the Gulbenkian Orchestra, and that we will hear again on the 16th and 17th. I don't have to share with you the prison contingencies, but this is a small group of boys They are at the so-called Mozart Pavilion, Mozart Hall. Imagine in Leiria, there is inside a prison a space built especially for the purpose of creating and sharing not just opera but musical theatre. And we are going to see a group of boys with maestro or director Raquel Azeitero. We have to leave two of our members there. The others are here. Ruben in technology, and a special word to Traction, represented here by the cap of our consortium, Michael. This is a huge challenge. We are no longer just an artistic production project and a pleasure for the meeting of arts. Now it has become a research project with technology. It's a novelty to us. It was an extraordinary venture. So let's hear them, for they're going to sing a little bit of the opera that was composed and premiered last Friday. Time is us, time is ours. And then they will also sing to other parts, and two of them will share with us their experience about this premiere. So far we have done Mozart operas, and for the first time we created something new, and that they participated in the writing, scripting scenarios. The composers were dialogue with them, and so interesting that a contemporary opera has so much participation from this personal community, not just the young people, but as you can imagine, to come up with a story to be played and sung in a prison has to be approved by the prison directors, the guards, the family communities. Otherwise, it is not the right place to be. So where is the director? Carlos, the director. It's very important because so far this project opera in the prison, the first performance was in 2004, has been directed by the directors, Nabil Hamid, myself. The first time we have in the production a professional stage director, and so I'm sure that you can understand that. So more important than this, let's listen to these delicious young men. There they are. I mean, there's only 6 of them here. We can see you. We can hear you. Great. And let me make this confession. This is not just the Mozart Hall, because this instrument you can see here was an instrument that was with the Gulbenkian company throughout their career. And I was so happy when all the story of this dance company's instrument was abandoned in the corridors, is now being used by this project. Thank you, Gulbenkian Foundation. Thank you, Hugo. It's important to have this company with us. Time now is yours, and Raquel, all of you, please go ahead. Good morning, I'm João. This is Rino, Julio, Silverio, Danielle, and Gilberto, we are here to show you, to present 3 songs. One we have just presented at the end of the opera that we had here in Leiria, 3 and 4th, and also on the 16th and 17th in somewhere else. Now, Sia Amba is the next theme, to walk under the light of God. And finally, another song called Shalom. Peace be with us. Peace be with us. Can we do the other way around? Go for Shalom first then.
Dentro daquele cidade, tenta pensar mais à frente. Tem que fazer dias de maneira inteligente. Evita barricada, tenta evita que essa gente. Conselho quem que ouve dentro cela, bem repito. E dentro de Bucela, que te checa a realidade. E dentro de Bucela, que te checa eu qual é. E dentro de Bucela, que te checa que as magia. Também dentro de Bucela, que te ama a liberdade. Tem que te adapta, tem que prender capa. Dentro daquela cidade, fica niggas é pra faca. Minha caminho beijo bem, sempre frente ser diz. Os pensas eu minha vida com o YouTube, em catalugue. Aquele mundo lista fora, realidade, tenta fugir. Minha caminho, tá dispara, mola, balas, mini. Vídeo dora, Madalena, me e Valentim. E põe no mundo fazem tudo com o sempre link. Body flama, me que flama, putz, tá vira homem, rosto runho, com tamanho, canta iludim. Pega, checa, yeah, eu Lisabone. Tem que ouvir, mas nunca me sei. Mariga, frase grade. Nunca esquece, manca esquece. Body flama, manca esquece. Sem dado liberdade. Ei, nunca esquece daquele dia, sem dado liberdade. É muito ria, niggas, tudo atrás de grade. Dia não tá sai e não tá vive tudo grande. Vamos caneca vida, porta este tem que abrir. Mas se esta palhinha, caminho nunca tá para. Poder escorrenha lá, a amizade que tá estraga. Mas dentro Lisaboni, sempre eu na quebrada. Não tem que manter unido, direita quanto fara. Puta era passo, acredito, está na merda. Vamos me estabelecer de liberdade, nada espera. Mas pode falar também, mas me de boba, liga terra. Revolução tá chiga, não tá prepara a guerra. Na cana tem TV, palivia em cabeça. Com guardas com mania, que solta ponta estressa. A mim que te escute, que ela tá compensa. Põe música, tá rola, banca fica, tá pensa. Esta crucificando, pra modo não está preso. Esta falta respeito, pra mundo bem de gueto. Dia se opinião tá muda que ele é certo. E não tá mantido tudo igual, tudo com respeito. Yeah, eu Lisabone. Tem que ouvir, mas nunca me esquece. Mas atrás de grade. Nunca te esquece, manca te esquece. Body from manca te esquece. Sem dar liberdade. Eu Lisabone. Tem que ouvir, mas nunca me esquece. Mas atrás de grade. Nunca te esquece, manca te esquece. Body from manca te esquece. Sem dar liberdade.
Joaquina, Tiago did this in the first edition. So if you can go to the concert on the 16th or the 17th, you will hear one of the best beatboxers in the world today is in the rest in the his name is Sorin, is a Romanian citizen, and you will understand the quality and how extraordinary this human being is. Joaquina. Sorin. Joaquina. I remember well our first meeting. Can you tell us your age? I know we shouldn't ask that. I'm 53 year old. How many children you have? I have 5 children. But there is one that unites us, the two of us, and his name is Tiago. Tiago is at home now? No, he's not. Where is Tiago? He's in the prison of Ligno. Now, you know, there's all researchers writing books. Forget about that. Forget about your theories. Theories are important, as a matter of fact, and I'm glad we are here to reflect about them. But it's important to tell stories that are not necessarily nice stories. They are not just nice stories. Projects are not always successful. It's easy to deal with successful projects. That's very easy, very nice. But this project has many more failure stories than success stories, and we have to know all of them. And only by knowing the people one by one, there are no inmates, there are no prisons, there are people, persons, Tiago, Fabio, all by one. There are no prison guards. There are Mendes, Augustos, Abreu, that's it. I mean, they are all individuals, all persons, and that's what changes us. And that's why I wanted to bring Joaquina here. And I insisted to have in these poster people, not designers, because those changes the word are persons, smells, temperatures. Joaquina, had you heard about opera before when you were asked to go to the trials? No. And what do you think when we appeared at your door? And Joaquina, just like today, at what time did you end work today? At 9 a.m. It was just like that day. She ended at 9 a.m. And so we were waiting for her at the door. Right? And Joaquina, you welcomed us home. What do you do in life? Can you share with us? Well, I'm a cleaning woman. I clean I do the cleaning in a company. And then we appeared there. We said Tiago was participating in an opera. We would like his mother to sing with us, to do the rehearsals, to learn to dance, and to bring the other kids and nephews. What did you think at the time when you saw us there? Well, I had never heard about opera before, so I was wondering, what is this? What are these guys talking about? But when then Tiago told me, then I just followed what you said, and I realized this opened the doors of my home. It opened the doors of your home. What do you mean by that? That Tiago liked it, I liked it, and I went often to the area to perform, not just because Tiago is my son, he was there, but because of all the others. I loved it. And now when people say opera, I immediately go and watch it on TV. Opera, and I watch it on TV. This is extraordinary. Joaquin, let me tell just this anecdote. Well, sorry, we have to say goodbye because they have to go back to their cells. Thank you, David. So, guys, you can have lunch now. Thank you, thank you. You can go now. Now, we were already 7 minutes late. Sorry, I forgot about that. Now, success, sometimes we think that this is these kids singing opera or going to work on sound or production in an arts institution. And the first young guy that sang this opera and was then freed, he called me saying the following: Paulo, you can't imagine what happened to me. I'm working now in a telecommunications company. I went in to do a box. I was with my chief, my boss, and I was checking the channels, and the lady, when I went to in the mezzo, there was an opera that said Puccini, and she asked me, "What do you know, Puccini?" Yes, I prefer Mozart, but I know Puccini. But how come you know Mozart? Because I have sang Mozart before in 2 operas, Don Giovanni and Così fan tutti. My boss, he was astonished looking at me, and I was talking with this lady for 30 minutes. We were discussing opera, and he told me. My boss started to look at me differently and notice how such a simple thing can make a difference. I had someone who had went to this trial. I was not working there. I was just installing cables in a communications company, but he got this recognition. But Tiago, a great artist, Tiago always liked to sing. Yes, as a very little kid, he always liked to sing, and he also writes. Yes. He writes about what? About music. Well, I can't tell you exactly because I don't read what he writes, but he writes a lot. Then he gets in his room. Well, I mean, this was before 9 years ago. 9 years ago, before he went to prison. 9 years ago, he used to just stay in his room. Now he's 27 years old, so 9 years ago. So you can make your calculations. So he wrote. He was just alone in his room, and doing ton 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 ton, and he was just there alone in his room. And sometimes friends would come by and they have, I can't explain what it is, but they have a place where they do their music. They go there on weekends to sing, and so they had fun like that. But I felt touched because he wrote a text on his mother to be sung. Do you remember that? It was a very pretty text, wasn't it? Yes, it was. What does a mother feel? Joaquina, you were in this hall, the great Gulbenkian hall. What does a mother think when she sees her son singing with the Gulbenkian Orchestra? A love letter to you. What did you feel? Can you share it with us? Well, it's very difficult to explain. I'll try. Well, that picture there is the two of us, Tiago and his mother, hugging each other. Well, it's very difficult, but I will try to explain. When Tiago said that they were coming here, and I would be contacted, I said, Gulbenkian. I couldn't even pronounce the name of the place because I've never been here before. So he said, Gulbenkian, where is that? And he said, it's in Lisbon, because he went as a kid to Leiria, so he doesn't know. And I said, well, if you're coming, I will be going there as well. And so they called me. They asked me if I could go to the rehearsals. Yes, yeah. Well, of course I go. It's my son. I will follow him to the end of the world. I went often to Leiria to the rehearsals. They had their performance there. I went when they had the performance here. I came, and I made a paper to all the kids there, not just my son, and I found it spectacular. I love it. Now, so they asked me to come here again and see. Yeah, I am again. And my son is not in the prison of Leiria, is the prison of Lignon for the past 2 years. I came here because I like this. I like to support the kids, not just my son. I like to see them building a life there in the prison. When they go out, they should come better, because some of them, they go there and they lose their common sense, but others will come out with common sense. Those that come out with common sense, they can do their lives and have a good life, and I'm happy with that. Joaquina, I'm not sure you know that, but there are not many people. There are not many people that will defend everyone's kids, not just their children. And therefore we are very grateful to you, to that attitude to defend everyone's children. If us as partners in this project, we have learned a lot more than they do. We're not here talking about it. So this is a principle that changes us as well. Just to let you know that often the very prison system thinks that the mothers of the inmates, they only have their roles, and only have their home. We see that the mothers that play these roles are not their mothers. They are mothers in general, not necessarily the biological mothers. And this happens more often than you may seem or may think. Now, thank you. But one last question, Joaquina. There are several people here that can change the world. Ours and Tiago's. We cannot change the world, but some people here can change the world. If you were to tell some of these people, the government, the ministers, what could be done to help people like Tiago? You know your son. You know a bit of the prison systems, what he does there. A while ago, Joaquina, you were saying that some learn and go out to be capable, others have to come back because they haven't learned. So can you tell us what could be done to help Tiago and others? Of course, Tiago likes music, but it doesn't have necessarily to be music and arts. Let's forget about it now. What do you think would be important to help your son? Well, I would like that those who can, who have the power, when they come out, just give them a hand, give them a job. I mean, to those that want, give them a job. That's all I can say. Thank you, Joaquina. Thank you. So give them a hand, not because it's as a former inmate. One of the first mistakes we made in the first edition was to believe that we should build bridges between the young people and their future bosses. And we signed several contracts, 37 contracts across the country between future employers and the young people that had just left prison. And no young man or mother wants her son to have a job because he's a former inmate. We are going to give a hand to everyone, not just to ours, but everyone. So what we have to change is an attitude vis-a-vis everything, because if we change the attitude, we will be giving a hand to Tiago and all others like him. Thank you very much, Joaquina. Thank you to all of you. Thank you to the Gulbenkian Foundation and to the parties that transformed this, and all. Thank you, Gulbenkian Foundation, for the project. So thank you for all of you. I can see Maria Mlakudish was very important with your first comment about Don Giovanni. All participations are very important. All perspectives are important. All of your inputs are important, because the project does not happen inside. We cannot change Tiago's and the other lives if we are just to work inside walls. We have to work outside the prison walls. Tenho a palavra a Vanessa. Muito obrigada, Joaquina. Thank you, Joaquina. Thank you, Paulo. I mean, you used all the questions I could ask, but let's see if I can still ask a few more questions to Joaquina. Joaquina, what did you like better about this project? What made you happier? To see my son singing and dancing, the joy that all family members had that could not come to Leiria. My father is an elderly old man. We brought him here, and Tiago was very happy to see his grandfather here, whom we didn't see in many years. So I loved it. And our other families loved it. And I hope I can come more often. So every time he comes here, I like to see him. How can we work on motivations, Paulo? In the beginning, you said that you need clearance or authorizations from several people, several entities. We have to understand that. I mean, we speak about inmates and guards. I mean, we are, as you said, we are working with people. How can we build a life inside prison? How can we work on motivations, on drives? Because I believe that often part of the initial process is to work on motivation, the bridge towards this motivation. How can we build love letters from these motivations? And mainly this working process that I'm sure was intense. I was trying to speak to Francois this week, and I couldn't, because he was also involved in that working process during this week in Leiria. So I understand there is an immersion in this world that is being closed, but we have to bring it out. And that's what we are trying to do here through the testimonial of Joaquina, the interventions we had. So how can we work on these motivations? How is this working process like, so that we can join these two worlds? Two basic ideas. The first one, we cannot look at the prison system and think that the board, the guards, the psychologists, psychiatrists, the nurses, the doctors, the cooks, the lawyers, the judges, if we have this hierarchy in our mindset, and if we try to respond according to the rules of the system, we will lose. Now, we have to assume the following. It is people. We are dealing with people. The first director of the project helped us transform, called José Ricardo Nunes, I never spoke to him as a director. I knew he liked poetry. He was a poet. It was José Ricardo. And it's because I treated him as a poet, not as a director, that they accepted to play the role, one of the role in the opera. Because if I were to relate to him as the prison director, they would never accept to play a role in the opera. Chief Mendes, he was the one that kept the arms, the guns, and I understood what he really liked was arms and fish, carps. I don't know anything about arms, but I know something about fish and carps. So I spoke to Chief Mendes, but I didn't speak to him as chief, but as the Mendes that had a boat and fished carps. So the first thing, when we look at the system, and this is not the mother of an inmate, this is Joaquina. Joaquina, she has a life, her needs, her tastes. This is the first assumption. We have to look at people just like people they are. Now, a second methodological matter, SAMP, that is present here, works every project on the prison context, gypsy communities, chronic hospitals, with an assumption. We all have to work 2 years with babies. Why? Because the moment in our lives when we are more available to the others in an uninterested way, the moment of life when we forget about our own time, our own money, our own wills and needs, and when we dedicate to someone else is when we are holding a baby. When years later it's different, but when we are holding a baby in our arms, we understand how important it is to be dedicated to someone else, and another one. And I look at my baby, he still says nothing, and I have to understand, is he hungry, is he cold, feeling cold, does he, what should I do? And my baby and Joaquin said and the others, as we notice that when we see other babies, we are holding a baby, we look at the other ones. How does that mother or that father do? How they go about it? So this is the highest level of attention to the others when we are holding a baby in our arms, and we do it in an attitude of love. I mean, no issues about the word. To give a future, to be in an interested manner with the other, caring for the other. And this means that when we go to prison or to hospital, we will bring the competence of decoding all the meta language we learn from a baby, whether it's a Tiago, a mother, a guard, a prison guard, or a prison director. And if we can get undressed of all theories, stakeholders, reports, evaluation, impact, forget about that. If we can be totally with the other, myths and problems end, but we have to meet the other. It's used as to be in Lyria in the prison trying to solve things. If I don't go to Madura to the house of mothers, and when they go out, give them a hand. But if nothing happens, they will go back inside. So someone has to be outside to give them a hand. Thank you, Joaquina. Now, if you allow me to, taking from that idea about giving a hand and providing care, constant care, how was this weight? We would like to know how did this happen? Why Joaquina to begin with? Why did you choose Joaquina? Secondly, I mean, she might have been scared. Who are these people here waiting for me? So how was the process? How did you meet? Because this approach, let's call it methodology. I mean, it's ages old to the ability to listen to the others and give attention to others. This means promoting change. Now, all this process requires patience. That's again the idea of the babies, to work on this patience, and how important it is for to have these young men here today, and now to have Joaquina with us. We want to learn what was the process, the path to get to Joaquina. Why Joaquina? Because, as you said, it was just a paper. And how did the interaction take place? Well, throughout these nearly 30 years of community work of SAMP, we have an expert in the community. It's Raquel, she's over there. Raquel, she had the competencies to work in a prison, to their other competencies, other skills. But we have to have specialists, and we do have the specialists. And I must say that we had an assumption. We were 40% of the time inside the prison, 60% of the time outside the prison. And we checked all families, all relatives. And first, probably many inmates, they have no relatives. For instance, Sorin, he has no one outside. Most of the serious problems are those that have no one outside. Well, how to do? Well, it's dramatic. Let's not talk about it now. A clear example of this drama, Jackson, the first, Laporella of Don Giovanni, Jackson, that could never go out on probation because there was no one to sign the paper. He's been arrested for 15 years without being able to go on probation. And Jackson finally left. It was the first inmate to go to San Carlos Opera House to ask for work. I already sang opera, I'm asking for work. But 1 month later, he had been killed in Cova da Moura, a problematic neighborhood. But there is not just those. I mean, there are relatives that we check using a checklist. We would come to Lisbon just because most of them, this is where they come from. And some meetings, well, Joaquina was an exception, but not all meetings are like this. They did not all open the doors to us. Joaquina, she opened the door to her house. I was sitting there in the living room, and some mothers do it, but not all. A majority does not do it. So most of our meetings were in parking spots, gardens. That's where we talked. There was I can even remember in one case when some relatives they didn't even know their kids were in prison, many more than we think. I could tell you a story of someone that we tried to find a way for that mother to go out of the house because she was the only one who knew the son was in prison. No one else in the family knew it. So in a dark corner in the city, we had to. That's the only place where we could talk to her. So we make a first appointment to explain. But the first and decisive meeting, and Joaquina said, my son called me and said, look. Well, inside the prison, we tell them, today we are going to your mother's, and they call if they can, if they want. Sometimes they don't even want, but they say, you're going to get a visitor, and they explain, and that makes things easier. That we can do in more complicated situations because in this Leiria prison, there are young men from all over the country, and we cannot reach them all. But this first meeting is very important because that's when we explain what's going to happen. For instance, I'm looking at Caesar. A lot of the rehearsals. Imagine these people cannot. Some of them can't even say their name, saying that I'm going to do a rehearsal to the Gulbenkian Foundation. And we did a lot of rehearsals here with the relatives, not just music, Vanessa. They had to learn to dance minuets with a choreographer and to dance. The dance company were the relatives themselves. Right, Joaquin? Yes. Now, we are very curious to the dimension of opera in this project, because in the context of the story of a young man that he said Puccini, I prefer Mozart, but this is Puccini. This dimension, the work then that is being prepared, but at first, don't they find it strange, weird? Opera? What is that? How do the young men welcome this? How do they receive this? And how is this work done? And how come? Well, why opera? And how do they? If there is isn't there a rejection?
As Luis mentioned, nobody knows what opera is. Even in the room here, I would say that most of you have never been to the opera. I feel free to do so. So I'm sure that most of you have never been to an opera house. You've never seen an opera. You have an idea, which is some guys shouting in the background and nobody understands what they're saying. That was the initial idea when we talked about opera. But wait a minute. Valentin from Barcelona defended the fact that opera is a compound. It's a total work of art. But then there's something incredible. The first rehearsals where they are singing give us fantastic pictures. But then what did they find out? As you know, in all operas, somebody dies, crimes all over the place. And so we started with Don Giovanni. Don Giovanni starts with death. And the guy that dies is a powerful politician, and the killer is a young thoroughbred. And opera talks about love, power, human nature, hate. All this is their life, with the big difference that most of us have very, very, very dull lives compared to these young people. These are borderline cases. They live with a lot of intensity, and so they relate to opera. Opera condenses in 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Drama, a lot of drama, and that they understand. They know exactly what the opera is dealing with. And they understand that opera is theatre. And finally, they find that they're not shouting, they are speaking words, but which is not Portuguese, it's German, Italian. And they learn the fascination of telling a story and telling their story, much more than we. The stories of opera is their story that has enormous power, and they become fascinated. I thought I would be a professional singer at one stage of my life. I have never imagined the possibility of singing with the Gulbenkian Orchestra. And these boys, for the first time, when they hear a singer, an opera singer, without any instrument, and that guy opens his mouth, and they say, how is this possible? It's not a voice. It's something which vibrates from the inside, which touches all of us, touches our hearts, our souls. And they are completely fascinated by the fact that a human being can sing in that way. And so it's acoustic opera with no microphone. Anyway, what happens next? Some of them don't like to be on the stage, but opera has a place for everyone. Many use tattoos, many played scenes, many prepared costumes, so everybody has an area where they can participate. So it's a musical piece which includes all sorts of tasks. And don't forget that these projects have top state-of-the-art professionals with the participants. But when they come together with professionals and with an orchestra, we listen to something which is much more powerful. They have a different attitude to being on stage. And when you get top professionals the energy which the professional uses, the result is very powerful. So, does anybody want to ask questions from the floor to any of us up here on the stage? One at a time, please. Any questions from your side? So, I'll kick off with one question. If you had to tell us a story in opera fashion, what story would you like to listen to or to tell us about? I didn't understand your question. You like stories? What story would you like to see presented by the opera from the prison? What story? I would like to tell the story of my boy from the day when he first went to prison until he leaves prison. It's not possible yet for him to leave the prison. I work with my lawyer because my son is kind of tired of being in prison. Every week I visit him at the prison, and I would like that story to happen, to see him leave prison. He tells me, I'm sick and tired of being here. I want to leave this prison. He speaks to the prison warden. He doesn't want to be in prison anymore. He's a young guy. I hope it won't take long for him to be released. It's very difficult. I would like to tell this story so that he can help me. He has 2 daughters. His daughters have grown up. One is a woman already. This is the story which I would like you to tell through the opera. Thank you for sharing that story. Thank you for having accepted our invitation. Anybody from the floor? Anybody wants to ask a question? François, questions?
Thank you, Joaquina. It's very moving and powerful to hear you speak about your experience. I understand you have many responsibilities and obligations with your time. Can you tell us why you felt it was still possible to take on even more things by being involved in the opera project and what that has brought you?
E para o que eu quero, eu gosto, sempre arranjo tempo. Deixei de trabalhar, trabalho só 3 horas por dia. Só das 6 da manhã às 9 da manhã. Do resto do dia estou livre para cuidar da minha família, dos meus filhos. Se parecer algum projeto para fazer em termos de ajudar, eu ajudo, mas para trabalhar, não. Estou livre. Estou livre.
Obrigada, Joaquina. Muito obrigada. Obrigada, Paulo. Obrigada, François, pela questão. Vamos passar ao próximo painel, não antes sem fazer aqui 3 ideias-chave, que é a ideia de construir uma vida lá dentro, na prisão, é importante. O Paulo falou também das 3 linhas orientadoras da entrada da ópera na vida destes jovens, não é? a intensidade dramática daquilo que é a linguagem da ópera e há a ligação direta também com a vida destes jovens, portanto há uma ligação e há um reconhecimento dessa proximidade. A ideia de que é também teatro, portanto, desde logo há a ideia do movimento, a ideia de que estão a dizer palavras, e isso é importante porque é uma forma de expressão, e depois esta narrativa comum, que é a experiência de vida, não é? A ópera fala de temas da natureza humana, portanto, há esta forma de chegar aos jovens através desta narrativa, destas histórias que se contam sobre o amor, o poder e o ódio. E por falar em amor, esta carta de amor também que a Joaquina nos trouxe hoje, partilhando connosco a nossa história, uma forma de amor pela comunidade, uma forma de amor entre estar em coletivo e o comum. Obrigada também por isso, obrigada a vocês e seguimos então para o primeiro painel, mas uma salva de palmas para encerrar aqui a Joaquina e o Paulo. Obrigada. Muito obrigada. Vou convidar, então, agora o próximo painel sobre as instituições no desenvolvimento de capacidades. Maria Vlachot, de Acesso Cultura, Lisboa, e Richard.
And Richard Willesee from the Birmingham Opera Company. Welcome. You have the stage. Maria is a founding member of Culture Access, promoting physical and social access and intellectual access. So Maria, through this association with physical access, cultural participation, several objectives to publicly participate in the right to accessing culture, reshape European project, and is a member of the Arts and Citizenship Group, and has worked with the Foundation, a fellow of the International Society for the Performing Arts. Maria Vlachot. So, first of all, I will start off in Portuguese, but I presented my intervention in English. Anyway, at the end, we can discuss in Portuguese.
Gulbenkian Foundation for the invitation to be here today with all of you. And I would like to thank the previous speakers because I think they prepared the path where I hope that my presentation can build on. There is a great Greek writer, Nikos Kazantzakis. Some of you might know him as the author of Zorba the Greek, but he's also the author of Christ Recrucified and The Last Temptation of Christ. And he lies in his native island of Crete. And on his tomb, one reads, "I don't hope for anything, I'm not afraid of anything, I'm free." And this is a powerful statement which truly impressed me when I was a teenager, when things felt more absolute. Growing up and thinking about life and the desire for freedom, I often ask myself, freedom to do what? And what is it that makes us feel free, not hoping for anything? It was actually Martha Nussbaum that nailed the term fitted for freedom. In her book, Cultivating Humanity, she writes that freedom of thought and human dignity are capabilities to be developed in order to produce free citizens. Citizens who are free not because of wealth or birth, but because they can call their minds their own. And when I read the book, this made so much sense to me. I thought, this is why I wake up every day and go to work. Because I felt, of course, that this is the core of what cultural organizations do or should be doing today. Martha Nussbaum also put the focus on imagination. She wrote that the arts play a vital role cultivating powers of imagination that are essential to citizenship. And I would say that this is about every citizen's freedom to imagine, to move beyond the obvious, what is presented to them as inevitable, to go beyond the limits others have decided for them, for us. A few months after Donald Trump was elected, Deborah Cullinan, at the time the CEO of Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in San Francisco, wrote this article, Civic Engagement, Why Cultural Institutions Must Lead the Way. And she wrote that the raw material of our democracy is individual creativity and collective imagination. At a time of immense atomization, we need to shift the culture of our nation back and toward its basic ideals, and our cultural institutions must lead the way. In the introductory note of this conference, one reads that it is increasingly accepted that participating in the arts helps individuals gain skills and confidence, as well as strengthen social cohesion or community development. And we may ask ourselves, increasingly accepted by whom? Who cares about this? And how has it affected cultural policies? And of course, I'm talking about countries that have cultural policies and not just a set of ideas about priorities and some activities. And as for strengthening social cohesion and community development, what evidence have we got of this? How do people participating in a number of arts projects take their learning and experiences and contribute towards social cohesion? Do they actually see the connection between what's happening in the project they participate and their everyday lives? And one of our main concerns in Access Culture, does this feeling of community that we know is created during these projects endure? What happens when the project is over and the artists go away? In the 1950s, academic Raymond Williams, when advocating for greater investment in the arts and also in adult learning, he clarified that this should not serve to preserve and extend the great national institutions, but also to welcome, encourage, and foster the tendencies to regional recreation, which were beginning to show themselves, for culture is ordinary. You should not have to go to London or Lisbon, he didn't say that, to find it. It took the British almost a century, 70 years, to get this and reflect this priority, this mentality, into a formal strategy for the arts. Let's Create is the Arts Council England's strategy for this decade. It was presented in January 2020 and was based, among other things, on a public survey. And there are two findings in that survey that I believe are relevant to us also here in Portugal. Many people are uncomfortable with the label the arts and associate it only with either the visual arts or high art, such as ballet or opera. Is this a surprise? At the same time, most people in this country may have active cultural lives and value opportunities to be creative, and this may actually come as a surprise to some of us when we tend to think that culture is something that only happens at our venues and is only organized by ourselves. It would be enough, I think, to look at some of the projects supported by parties and to think if actually people in Portugal are not open to having these kind of experiences. And finally, regarding this strategy, it will value the creative potential in each of us. And I underline the word us, used by the Arts Council England, just like Joaquina used it, the first person plural, a little while ago. Provide communities in every corner of the country with more opportunities to enjoy culture and celebrate greatness of every kind. Interestingly, when one tries to see how strategies are built and where they're based, this also comes after a report from King's College London in 2017, a year after the Brexit vote, that asked for substantial social freedom to create versions of culture, real, concrete freedom to choose what culture to make, as well as what culture to appreciate. And it also said that all people should have opportunities to see and hear things, new things, old things, strange things, beautiful things, fun things and ferocious things, things that mobilize, confuse and move, things that comfort and things that inspire. All people, all of us. So coming to the Portuguese context, and when thinking about our non-existing strategies and cultural policies, artist Joana Villaverde comes to mind. Joana moved some years ago from Lisbon to the so-called interior, the town of Avis in the region of Alentejo. In August 2020, she wrote an article called The Lives of the Interior Matter, where she says that there isn't such a thing as the interior. There are people that have been interiorized. Most people, she writes, have been disconnected for a long time, and relations with the capital are tenuous or non-existent. In fact, what matters here is to have food on the table, to be able to pay the bills. People are adapting, and they believe in the impossibility of change. Everything seems impossible to them. The right to mobility, education, health, freedom of thought, equal opportunities. So going back to Kazantzakis, these are people that hope for nothing. Are they free? Are we free? What can we expect in terms of participation and all good things that come with it, when, for instance, public transport in many of these areas is scarce, and as both artists and citizens tell us, here you can only participate if you have a private car. I also think of an interview given some months ago by Luís Ferreira, whom we'll have the opportunity to hear this afternoon, and I quote by memory, where Luís said that in the town of Ilhavo, where he works, we've got better musicians than the music they produce. And I wish for them to create music and not to matter whether they live in Ilhavo or in New York. So here we've got someone with a vision, someone very much aware of the barriers encountered by all sorts of people in the places where they live around the country. And we cannot ignore this. And we as an association, we are very much focused on social barriers to cultural participation, social circumstances which create difficulties in accessing cultural participation. Educational level, illiteracy, unemployment, social isolation, scarcity of cultural programs in the area where a person lives, geographic isolation, serving a prison sentence, etc. Last year, as an association, we took the exercise, together with our members, of defining our core values. So we are an association that mainly values creativity, curiosity, independence, influence, freedom, social justice, and transparency. This is what orientates our action, and this is what we wish to be accountable for. And at the same time, we updated our vision, and what we wish to contribute towards, through our work, is a curious and inclusive society in which everyone can dream, have opportunities to participate, and be the best they can. Change starts from inside. We heard it this morning. We first need to have a good look at ourselves, cultural professionals and cultural organizations, what we do, how we do it, and most of all, why we do it. Is it because we're benevolent and merciful and wish to help vulnerable people? Who are those vulnerable people? Do they define themselves? Do they consider themselves to be vulnerable? Do they need to be saved? Or do they keep away because what we propose is not useful or relevant to them? Because what we propose was developed not with them in mind, but despite them. This is exactly the feeling I had when the press and cultural professionals reacted to the results of the Gulbenkian study on the cultural habits of the Portuguese. The same old arrogance, the same stereotypical interpretations, the same posture of we're giving them something extraordinary and they're unable to appreciate it. No intention of questioning oneself, what one does, how and why. We as an association invest a lot on training courses, public debates, annual conferences, consultancies, to help our colleagues identify social barriers and try to overcome them, to realize how we create and maintain certain social and psychological barriers. So this is perhaps a good time to remember that in 2017, with the help of the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, we had the opportunity to travel around the country and discuss with our colleagues in different territories what constitutes a barrier to cultural participation. And this report is available on our website, both in English and in Portuguese. When discussing what were the barriers in implementing inclusive policies, access, the majority mentioned financial resources, but also lack of knowledge, of sensitivity, and of training. And we've been working on the latter, as it is a true barrier and perhaps more relevant in certain cases than financial resources. Then people went away from those meetings, as they told us, carrying a new awareness, new knowledge, questioning their traditional practices, able to put themselves in other people's shoes instead of blaming them for not showing up. What happens, though, when they go back to their working space and face the first internal barrier? Directors who do not share the same awareness and knowledge and never find the time to participate in trainings, in debates, or in conferences unless they're invited to speak. Portuguese singer and composer, and that's another thing I learned from Luís, Zeca Afonso, used to say that the cultural revolution is not for me to go and play in more places. The cultural revolution is for me to go to places and find music from those places. And for this to happen, we need people who will feel free and capable to create, to think, to express themselves, to imagine something different. And as my good friend and colleague Marta Porto says, what the arts bring to the world is the idea that reality is one among many possibilities, and that differences feed us, expand probabilities and possibilities of life, and do not restrict them. So this is why it is essential to understand the role of cultural organizations today in building a democracy of quality. Nevertheless, I would like to conclude by going back to some questions I previously raised, especially in what concerns the Portuguese context. Who accepts that participating in the arts helps individuals gain skills and confidence? How does this affect cultural policies and practices? How does participating in the arts strengthen social cohesion or community development? Do people, after participating in one or more projects, actually feel more empowered and capable to act? More importantly, are they willing to act? I guess what I'm trying to say is, how does individual learning and experiences can contribute to the collective and not just remain individual? Can we truly develop and nourish a more active citizenship in a country that does not have a strong culture of active civic participation? And these are the questions I would like to leave on the table. Thank you very much.
Obrigada. Richard Willesee, diretor executivo da Birmingham Opera Company, é responsável por dirigir, produzir e avaliar diversos projetos de grande envergadura voltados para o exterior, incentivando ativamente novos formatos e envolvendo novos públicos nas áreas de ópera, teatro, música experimental, novas escritas, trabalho de campo específico, digital, teatro, dança e projetos participativos financiados através de diversas iniciativas. Reflete a cidade onde vive através do público, dos artistas e das histórias que conta.
The artists, the stories they tell.
Hi, thanks for inviting me. I suppose one thing I'd like to pick up on is just this idea of freedom. Mm-hmm. Because I think one thing that Birmingham Opera Company over at least 20 years has tried to establish is that it remains constantly free in its institutional architectures, in its open offer, in its trying to find out with a group of people who don't know anything about opera what it can be, and that every bit of learning from our, what you might normally call outreach, is about trying to help opera get out and not just educate people about something that they haven't previously had access to. So there's no pedagogy in the normal sense. It is all about an open invitation to take part in a journey together to discover what something can be. Now, for that to happen, of course, you need to have trust in the art form. You need to believe that it can have relevance. You need to believe that it does do all the things that Valenti spoke about this morning, that it gets universality, it's a sense of total work, that for the volunteers that we involve, and I'll just talk a little bit about the model of the company, the volunteers that we involve can join as actors, dancers, chorus singers. They can be poets, do spoken word. They can do visual art, photography. They can make film. And we open the door and say, if you'd like to be part of one of these projects, you're very welcome. If you don't already sing in a group, then we'll provide training in order to help you take part. And over the years, we've changed how we've delivered our work. So in the first sort of phase in 2000, when the company was converted from being a smaller scale touring company by its founder, Graham Vick, into a volunteer organisation where people could have access. We used to use, for example, there was no chorus. We did a piece which was Votsek by Alban Berg. Now, most classical musicians will say that that's an impenetrable piece. It wouldn't be what you might consider to be a place to start opening the door to opera, because actually quite a lot of people that go to opera don't like it. But what it actually does is it tells the story of a working class people. It tells the story of medical experimentation. It tells the story of exclusion. It tells the story of sexual domestic violence. It tells absolutely accessible stories through which you can understand and appreciate and live somebody else's experience. And when it comes to, for example, just the listening to the music, you begin to understand also the music through understanding the story. The composer starts with the libretto. They start with the story. They start with something from real life, and they turn it into something which is profound and has a number of conflicting forces that go within it. So at one moment, you're watching something and you're feeling, I'm feeling sad, but this is a bad person. Why am I sympathizing? It's always accessing conflicts within you rather than simple solutions. And that's the value of the work that we do in terms of opening the door and saying, this is a safe space to have these conflicts, to uncover them, to say, this is actually what our society and our life is like, and this is why opera should exist. So, starting with a story that is often considered, or a piece that's considered to be often inaccessible to an established operatic audience, and with a piece that didn't involve a chorus, the next step was to try and how can we get volunteer performers to take part as chorus singers? So kind of blurring the line a little bit. So with the actors, they were silent. The chorus clearly sing. So then that started with groups of choirs coming together who we convened and said, would you like to take part? This by itself, of course, involved volunteers, but it was very self-selecting about which volunteers that could be. It was people from existing choirs, people that already had provision, already had access, already knew what was going on, and that they would naturally turn up on time, behave very well, and have their music and sing, and then would go home. Now, the thing that the company really needs to do constantly to keep it so it doesn't settle into an easy solution and keeps the door open is by 10 years later, we didn't use sheet music in rehearsals for any volunteers, because actually we found out that the sheet music put the people who didn't read music off. They felt like they weren't fully participating, like they weren't valued as much as the people who did. It created a two-tier system, almost a system that might be, half the people might be wearing sweatshirts with Birmingham Opera Company on them, and then all the other people say, who's been before. It wasn't quite that, because we refused to do those sweatshirts. But we have to constantly watch out for the kind of two-tier systems and patterns that can slip in order to deliver work easily, which on paper would look like it was successful and inclusive. But actually, it's still being self-excluding at all its stages. So if we look at this idea of trying to keep free, the repertoire that we choose is often things that have failed in opera houses. It's often stuff like, there's Michael Tippett, which is about riots and conflict, which is great in one of the venues that we use, we don't have a theatre. We take over disused warehouses, an aircraft hangar, a nightclub. We remove any of those conceptions about what, you know, the building, that you don't belong in the building. If you come to one of our shows as a seasoned opera goer, you won't know any more about what's going to go on than if you've never been before, because the rules completely change. And it's nice to be back in Portugal in a way, because in 2001 we did our first volunteer model show in Porto, working with a community in Aldoar outside of Porto, and put a show on and it was Votsek in a disused power station. And at that, I just give an example of the taste of what the shows might feel like. One of the main characters is standing on the door outside pretending to be a bouncer and telling people that they can't come in unless they take their tie off. You can't come in, and actually, because at the time it was foot and mouth disease, you had to we told people they had to walk through some disinfectant to come into the venue. It was a complete, obviously, not, it was just a device. But it linked with the outside world. Even that device linked with the outside world about what was going on elsewhere. Halfway through the show in Votsek, this bouncer suddenly starts singing an amazing, beautiful baritone voice. And already that starts to disrupt the expectation. And the audience share something fresh, something not known. Because one of the things that I think opera obviously does have difficulty with, and partly to do with the delivery mechanisms that are needed to create it, sometimes the delivery mechanisms and the existing audiences can clearly dictate what the program becomes, rather than trying to always aim for something fresh. Now, we have an unusual business model, which would be not possible without the majority of public funding. We charge less than £20 or €20 for our most expensive ticket. Most of the activity we deliver through the year is free. And it's obviously it sells out, but we have to run 2 box offices. One public box office, which all the opera people access, and another box office that we really keep for those that we really want to engage, who would never find out unless you literally turn and knock up on the door and say, "This is on, would you like a ticket?" Otherwise, we learnt it once, we couldn't get any tickets for our own show. So constantly these architectures that we put in place are all about trying to keep the door open. Now, the results for the people, which we talk about, you know, what evidence is there? We have all sorts of evidence, like, you know, 1 in 4 people go on to do a training course. 60% of people feel empowered to join another community project. 100% of people experience something new for the first time. 88% of people learn something from somebody else's perspective. So there are things, and we've been tracking this for 20 years. However, there's always more to do. So I think in the next 3 to 5 years, because the passing of our founder, Graham, who I mentioned before, has created a situation where we really also have to look at what way do we structure the work going forward. And one of the things, looking at it coldly, you know, we're going to base more of the work out in the 4 hubs outside of the city centre. So most of the work takes place outside of the city centre because, as we talked about before, travel and location are important. People's lives, making, you know, saying our free offer, come and take part in this opera, but you have to dedicate 90 hours of training. We'll provide the training, but it's 90 hours, and it takes place in the city centre, which is basically a 2-hour round trip if you live on the outskirts of the city. That's not a very compelling offer. On paper, it sounds great. If you say we're giving free training, everybody's involved, etc., etc. But the reality of it is we have to think of other ways to deliver rehearsal mechanisms that make the work more accessible at every stage. So we'll have to think about, well, how do we rehearse a chorus more or less in their own places and then bring it together at the last possible moment? when we're looking for directors, how do we make sure that the directors understand the city that they're in? A little bit about Birmingham. 1 million people, around 20% classified as young, one of the youngest cities in Europe. The ethnicity, hardly any majority ethnicity, but let's say around 50% white British, around 30% Asian, around 9% black. So our casting, for example, if we put on, for example, an Othello, it has to be with a black singer. It has to be with a black Othello. And it's a shame on the industry that, for example, it took till us 2009 to do that. We also had a black Iago, who, as we all know, is a white racist. So, but actually the important thing is about the representation of the people that you're trying to reach. And theatre, everybody knows that that performer is not actually Iago. They know that a black man can sing a white racist. But making a choice over that casting is something about the story, but it's about the representation of the story to an audience that you're trying to reach. It's not about naturalism. It's not about being faithful to the text. You can do all of those things by thinking more broadly. And actually, what is being faithful to the text is trying to ensure that your audience feels represented and part of it. That's what's faithful to the text. The idea that some art can take place without anybody watching, without anybody experiencing it, is clearly a fallacy. I mean, we all know that, you know, the art form any art form that you work in, what you want is that you want to discover things in the audience, and you want the audience to discover things in the work, and you want to discover them together. We're all talking about each other when we do these projects. It's not a one-way thing. So this kind of underpinning of that process pretty much informs everything that we do. And in order, in the next phase, to bring the company to make it even more close to the city, you know, we've always set targets around things like ethnicity. We'll call them aspirational goals for employment lawyers in the room. But you know that at least 30% of our singers will be from black or Asian ethnicity. At least 40% of our chorus will be black or Asian. At least 30% of our stage management will be black or Asian. At least when we try to promote a show, we don't really employ a marketing company. We get a load of young people to make their own films about what they think the work might be about. Not what the director thinks the work might be about, and not what the institution thinks that the work might be about. Just what they think it's about, just an open offer. And if they'll come back with really their own, sometimes very specific readings. But what it does is it opens up the door again. It opens up the discourse. It opens up the type of language that's used. Some of our banners have got some slightly naughty words on them with little asterisks coming out, but that's what people say. That's how they describe the work. And we'd rather appear in the social pages really than the art pages. We'd rather be on, News at 10 than on an obscure arts coverage program, because really the people we're trying to reach read and listen to those or view those outlets. So again, all the delivery drivers, all the choices are all made all for the same reason about keeping the door open and spending money differently. So just an example with the chorus. In the last project we did, we spent 81% of our time, not necessarily money, but time and energy and targeted events in IMD 1 and 2 areas. So these are areas that are what may be described as the most vulnerable, socially excluded, etc. We've had a lot of discussion about what that is this morning. In our chorus, 41% was made up of that same demographic. Now, we spent around 3% of our time and money and targeted events in the demographics and the really high wealth areas, those people turn up anyway. So 17% of our chorus were from that demographic, even though we'd only spent 3% of our resources there. So it's about that, you know, saying where do I really need to put the focus and the resources, and thinking not in a set pattern way, but always looking at how it can change to be able to reach the audiences that you want to reach. And the next phase, I think, you know, along with moving our work outside of the city centre more, we'll also make commitments about the percentage of Birmingham artists that we will employ each year. So we can start to challenge ourselves that we don't necessarily bring singers or pianists in from outside of the city to do work because the repertoire demands it. We may also look at, you know, trying to create opportunities for those local singers by doing different repertoire that can be delivered. Because there's quite often within institutional architectures, within opera, but also within the arts as an industry generally, there has been a choice at times between quality and impact. That artists are forced to choose between doing work which is obviously impactful in communities, or they do work which is obviously of high artistic quality. Now, the great thing about the Birmingham model is that it dissolves those boundaries. And it says that this work can be the best quality and also have the social impact, but be performed by people who've never had anything to do with opera before, and learn and teach, for example, the chorus, as I mentioned, without sheet music, different ways of rehearsing, like we're going to talk about doing the 4 hubs as we go forward. This creates a quality product which isn't like one that you'll find in an opera house, because they have a different system, a different delivery mechanism. They make different decisions. We do a parity wage for singers, so there's no star singer. That's very unusual in opera. Quite often, it's not unheard of that just somebody flies in at the last moment and delivers the thing they normally deliver and says, well, how would you like me to die? Is it being strangled or what? Shorthand, short rehearsal, they're on stage, but the tickets have been sold because there's that system and that system of economy within the industry. So I think some of these things are quite difficult to grapple with because they're ingrained into industrial behaviour as well as artistic endeavour. And the two things, we're always trying to unseat it and say, well, what's the most important thing? It's about people get access to the work. How do we go about it? Who are the people? Where can we find them? Let's get on with it. And that's what we base our plan around, and nothing else. Thank you.
Obrigada. Obrigada, Richard and Maria. We have time for one question each, for uma pergunta para cada tendo em conta que já estamos aqui quase todos a chegar à hora do almoço. Maria, falou de cultivar a humanidade e, a certa altura, dava-nos também a entender que a matéria-prima da humanidade, do estar...
Said that the raw material of mankind is individual creativity that feeds democracy and collective imagination. Then you talked about social barriers. You gave us a few examples based on a recent study. How can your association have, how have you been working on these social barriers and building capabilities? I mean, you said access, of gaining access. Yes, yes, this is between friends, so access. Now, we are an association of professionals of culture. So we came from within, from the very milieu, people that know each other. We know that there are subjects we have to care about, and there is a huge need for us to be become more aware of these barriers, access, inclusion, equity, what it means, and how this can reflect on our practice. It is not just to talk about it or to find definitions. So what we try to do, and we do not, our association, we do not work directly with the public, with the audience. We work with our colleagues, our peers, in order to have a better ability to identify barriers, to understand their impact, and because we work in the sector, sometimes we tend to reinforce the barriers, and also to create more creativity, openness, to look at our work, to question ourselves, and to see what has to be changed, starting with us, with ourselves. And so this means capacity building, public debates, consultancy, trying to work on these matters. Sorry, but what are these systemic barriers that still exist between peers, given that we work so much with the colleagues or peers that are working on projects that then will come to the communities? What systemic barriers are still there between this in industry or this milieu that you're trying to change, so that changes really come about? Well, this is a very hierarchized environment. This is a systemic problem indeed. We are not open, we don't have the curiosity to know who works with us, what are his or her potentialities. It's always a decision made from above, and then the decisions are just made top down. So we cannot get better in the work we do. This is a real problem. And then there's a rather patronizing mentality or attitude, very arrogant, that I know what to do, and that's good that we hear about democratization, like of culture. Yes, you can talk about democratization, but I am the one who knows what should we have access to. We want people to be more interested with others, what we can learn from them, what we can do together. So briefly, these are the main systemic barriers: hierarchies, how the work takes place, and a patronizing mindset. Thank you. And this relates to what Richard was saying, trying to bring down the institutional barriers. And there are a few words here that draw my attention. The rules completely changed. Then you spoke of a device to disrupt expectations, the need for distribution mechanisms. Now my question is, how is it possible, on one hand, to break the rules, to fight these social and psychological barriers, and so that this opera language can be conveyed to the community? So how we can break the rules, and if this breaking of the rules, isn't it a delusion, and I'm being provocative, because it may give the idea to whoever is outside that on looking that there is no structure. This perception of breaking the rules as someone who's adrift without any methodology.
The simple proof is in the work that you produce and who turns up. And the rest of it is just theory. So when we talk about breaking rules, it's really about changing the rules of engagement. Mm-hmm. I mean, society shifts constantly, as we know. It's in flux at all the time. breaking rules and changing engagement is not a rebellious act. It's just keeping up. It's nothing that you don't find in any other industry. Funded cultural industries can find it hard because, as you know, almost I thought we were sort of talking a little bit before about freedom and things like that. And you get this sense again, provocatively, that art is born free, but everywhere is in chains, because of the structures that surround it and actually support it. But of course, they'd also limit it. So it's about trying to find ways and sympathetic supporters to try and help you make the work accessible by not starting in the same place every time. Artwork finds its own rules. It's one of the definitions of an artwork, kind of in my head at least, that it finds its own way of expressing, whether that's through an institution, a gallery, a piece of work. It makes its own rules all the time. And the thing that makes it resonant is what it speaks about and how it speaks about it. And that's the most important thing. And the kind of, well, what would somebody think about how organised it is? Is really from the point of view of a maker and an artist, not where you'd want to start, or frankly where you'd want to end up.
Obrigada, Richard, por responder à provocação. Alguém tem alguma questão deste?
Responding to this provocation, is there anyone else who wants to ask a question? Please go ahead. Well, questions to be interpreted, they will have to be made to the microphone. Let's wait for the microphone to reach you. But now the microphone is not on, which, okay, now it is.
And this was... Oh, I'm Calouste, and I was the stage director in this project now, this year. And when you talked about it, and it's quite emotional, because probably trying to go back, that's why I went into opera and opera directing, because I was there in that show. And going back, probably if I'm doing this today, it's because I was there in that show. So what you do, you work with communities, and sometimes we tend to forget, like in this opera, in this work, we think of the boys there. I'm as changed or more, I'm quite sure, by working with them now. And it's quite emotional for me, because I was seeing them, and those amazing boys there, and for me, they're people like all of us, and they changed me more. And that started in that show in 2001 with Graham, which I had the honor then to work with in São Carlos. And Graham is not here anymore with us, unfortunately. It was an amazing director, but it was an amazing man. And what made him an amazing artist was always that social conscience that he had. So not only in that show, but I remember when he did Werther in São Carlos, he told the story that he refused to do it. São Carlos asked it and refused it for many years, because he said, morally, as a man, as an artist, I couldn't do an opera about an hero that commits suicide. I had moral issues, so I refused that work for many years. And then he found out that for him, the hero was her, not him. And then he could do it. And he always had that perspective in things. When he did the Wagner cycle in São Carlos, he just completely changed traditional 18th century opera theater. And we had Wagner in the center and audience all around. But the main thing for Graham was to take the people out of their chair that has been the chair from the family for centuries. And I saw people going out in the premiere because they said, that's not my chair, I won't sit on the stage. And Graham was happy. And then it was televised outside, and Graham was sitting outside with the audience that doesn't pay. So that Graham was that man, and that's the man I've learned that it's not about working only the community that joins us in the project. It's what changes all and what changes an audience. It's this is the thing. We tend to talk about whom we change, but forget it. Either we all change or it's not worth, and the audience. So I was changed by that 2001, and I think that might be the reason why I'm here.
Look, I think that there's one thing that comes from that is that also the artists are, as I mentioned before, are often forced to choose between social responsibility and impact and artistic quality. And that's one thing that really the institutional architectures do reinforce. And it's very good to see that some, at least, are considering a different way.
Obrigada, Richard. E obrigada pela partilha também, que foi muito rica. Avançamos um bocadinho mais na hora, mas obviamente que foi importante termos esta partilha, esta riqueza de contributos, de alguma forma. Nós vamos agora fazer a nossa pausa de almoço. Estou aqui a receber sinais. O François? Quer dizer alguma coisa ao François? François? Não? Ok, acho que não. Okay. Seguimos então para a nossa pausa de almoço. Voltamos aqui às 14h30. Muito obrigada pela vossa presença online também. Temos mais 4 sessões, portanto, saiam daí só para almoço, mas depois regressem às 14h30. Muito obrigada. Olá, muito boa tarde a todos e a todas. Se puderem tomar os vossos lugares e sentar-se, aproveitar agora que já almoçaram. Tivemos o privilégio de almoçar para a segunda parte da nossa...
As you can imagine. So now, we're going to do one of 4 sessions. Don't forget that we have a concert. We have to go to the first floor, get your tickets, and it's in auditorium number 2, and now we will have the keynote. So, 7:30 in the evening. Don't forget to get your tickets, otherwise you can't get in. Luís Sousa Ferreira is our keynote speaker for the afternoon, director of 23 Milhas, so responsible for the Ilhavo County Council cultural arenas. He was a consultant for Braga 2027 and director of Aldear, taking on board 11 municipalities. He participated in representing Portugal in Expo 2020 in Dubai and member of the Working Party for improving support given to the arts from 2019 to 2021. So today he will speak to us about our role in culture. Luís, welcome. You have the floor. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to try and speak slowly. But when I'm getting tired, I do tend to speed up. And in our county council, we have a festival next weekend, so I'm a bit tired, a lot of work. And so I might speed up my presentation. I'm part of these projects. The most recent one is the Dona Maria II Theatre, National Theatre, a large project which will take place next year. But this is how I organize the different activities which I work on. So culture with a human landscape. I have to think of art as part of including a people landscape. And the community is the result of that landscape, of the climate, of the interaction, and I like this mixture between people, places, and art. Culture is amongst those of us in the community and our reality. It's a way of having a different look on new outlooks on reality. Reality is difficult to understand, says the speaker. We had a scholarship from the National Theatre, Dona Maria II. We had an event about today is the day we look at these topics, what we're looking at our surrounding landscape, how we can transform a vague idea about our environment and changing that into our reality and how we interpret that reality. And also change, transformation, culture as a roadmap for something different in the future, to create public areas, promoting citizenship, also discussions, debate that works on different identities of the territory and a voice as regards what everybody is doing. These are my tools, my working tools, the idea of seeing, listening, and co-creating. When I reach a certain territory, I look at what's happening, I map what's happening, and I listen to the people in that area. It's about those who live in that place and how can we understand this interpretation of reality from the point of view of those living in those areas, trying to understand what potential each area has, and co-creation is something which I defend vehemently. Now I'll show you a video. This is the most recent. This is about Aldear, that's Portuguese name for village, which brought together 11 villages from 11 municipalities working on different dimensions. So it's a meeting about people working on their heritage. This is one of the most poor. It's a very poor region in Europe.
E então este projeto laboratorial tentou mostrar as aldeias todas que no fundo são efetivamente muito ricas. Têm histórias, têm lendas, têm tradições, têm património edificado e não edificado muito rico. E então este projeto teve encontros, teve uma dimensão também de dinâmicas de comunidade, assembleias, espetáculos comunitários, percursos artísticos, e isto no fundo foi à escala humana, aquela dificuldade de conceber um projeto que não fosse para os turistas. Foi essa a grande luta, de como é que nós conseguíamos fazer um projeto que fizesse sentido para aquelas comunidades sem ter que pensar que íamos ter milhares de pessoas, que ele era uma resposta para fora, e sim as pessoas sintonizarem-se, conhecerem melhor a sua natureza e conhecerem melhor o seu entorno e a sua própria natureza. Acho que podemos parar o vídeo, acho que deu para perceber a ideia.
Here are the links which we found in the title to our work. We look at the way in how we can mediate. We, producers, programmers, cultural mediators, we work the different tensions between past and future, unity and multiplicity, and cultural effects and extracultural effects. The tension between local and global, the tension between consumption and creation, creativity and planning. It's not something which is right or wrong. It's something which is part of our work in designing projects for the different territories. This has to be a dialogue between these different areas. And then the question of center and peripheral regions. Don't forget, one of the largest challenges in Portugal has to do with territorial cohesion. Since the revolution, a lot has been achieved, but somewhere where we failed was territorial cohesion. And that has an impact also on democracy. Inequality in our territory, and we have to have this idea between the center and the borderlands, the periphery. That dovetails with what we mentioned this morning. If we think of location, the center concentrates all activities, and we are a very central type country, and a lot of dynamic also occurs in the border areas. And the importance, what is consensual, what isn't, and this dimension of what is rigid, what is static, and we talk about the rigidity of institutions, but also the existence of cultural institutions in the hinterland, where we have popular dynamics instead of being organic and satisfy the needs of new generations, they continue to live in the past. It looks like we have territory for the future and other territories that live in the past. The dimension of competition, of commitment, the idea of culture as a competition, and why can't it be a sharing experience? And then sharing resources. There's no right or wrong here. And we are all center and periphery at the same time. Lisbon is central for us in Portugal, but we are periphery in terms of Europe. And this is very important in the work we carry out in the territory. Enlarge the idea of a cultural center. A cultural center isn't something that happens outside our lives. Culture, the one which interests me, is the day-to-day culture. That which communicates in community. And it's very difficult to see, and we, professionals in the cultural field, have difficulties in trying to understand that difference for our role and what we want to do working in this field. And we can have a cultural center or culture at the center. We can have corridors of culture. The idea of networking, of cultural mediation, we don't have to be rigid. It's like if we were talking about something else. And it's culture which brings us to meetings, to engagement as the final objective, because we need to overcome the curiosity that we have about the works of others and the needs of others as social creatures that we are. So the meeting is a bridge. It leads to understanding, to empathy, and different views on the same story. And as I said, tolerance is empathy. It's the starting point for understanding differences and giving back to people, and look and take a step back, which is a challenge for cultural institutions. We do have small oases throughout the country, but many people are alienated from what has never been seen. So how do we find in others what we want for our project? And then we need to speak to others with an organized project, and sometimes we have structures, rigid structures, theatres who just want to work as they do, fine, amateur theatre, but if we talk to them, we understand that their work also has an impact on our work, and that's our briefing, our program. And this is what we have to look at. I don't want to convert anybody else. If you want to have theatre as you've been doing, fine, but something can bring us together, and it's in this interchange that we can improve the connectivity to reach essential for today. The research capacity, critical thinking. We have a wealth of information. We are flooded with information. So how do we have references to be able to understand if that is good for me or not, if it's important for my work? As a designer, we have a sentence. We don't have good or bad materials. We have materials which can be used for certain functions. And so research helps us in the way we look at these things. And then knowing how to communicate. And this is the most difficult one, communication. And we have to be able to design a future, and we citizens have to be the leaders. In our hands, we have the future of our lives, and we can't delegate that to others. Increasingly, we have institutionalized life. Even the folk festivals are organized by municipalities, and that has an impact, a dramatic impact, on the lives of communities and their culture. There's an article, and you can read it on the bottom lines. Everyone has the right to freely participate in the cultural life of the community. This is the basic truth. And when we have local authorities who try to replace the role of communities, that weakens the civic dynamic, the consciousness, and the efforts of what it takes to build something. So we make our communities like children, and this, I'm sure you've seen that on the social networks. People don't know how much they have to commit themselves to do something, because all that work has been done by the local authority, and they don't have the pleasure of carrying out projects. So, why don't we freely participate in the cultural life of the community? We have to learn how to roll up your sleeves, for example, with online lessons on how to do it. And this was the way it was traditionally done. And also, we have many municipalities which have 2,000–3,000 inhabitants, of which 60–70% are older, are the elderly, with 75 years of age or more. This is dramatic. But if the art is just in the urban center, if the artists, most of them live in Lisbon or Porto, who's Who's going to talk about desertification, forest fires, disinvestment? My house didn't burn this year, it might burn next year. How can you create empathy if I don't see my life in these artistic projects? And making this art a ghetto, it's a problem, it's not a choice. And so these are ways of a art proposal if we don't dovetail with standardization. Increasingly, culture isn't something which I can't carry out with my friends. It's a top-down approach. I could have a conference on this as a speaker. And you can see Zeca Afonso wrote this sentence, and I'm not going to read it to you. Decentralize. It's always about the center, thinking about the border and not the opposite. So what can I find from visiting the hinterland? It's not a solution for Lisbon, as we have in Portugal. We have many, many groups who shouldn't go to locations and pass on their message. They should go to places and take on board what they can find out from the people living there. Because that was what happened in the past. Europe traveling throughout the world, for example. So identity. I'm concerned about identity. Most cultural agents in Portugal are the municipalities, with technical teams working in the cultural arena, and identity is kind of something which is static in time, and this is a danger. The 20th century is a good example of how dangerous this is when identity is used as a tribal meaning. Suddenly, we are talking about the destruction of the ecosystem, but we haven't talked about the destruction of cultural ecosystems with different languages which are being destroyed. And we were mentioning at lunch, for example, people growing different types of potato, and if you visit the supermarket, you only find one type. And that applies to the cultural field as well. It's a starting point to work diversity, to work the sense, the memory, the sense of belonging, but never when it's a logic of exclusion. I'm the one that decides. I'm the one who says what is the right culture or not. That's the wrong approach. In simplifying what is a complex issue, the land of wool, the land of sheep, the land of clay, even in villages we find different identities, different communities. And from the point of view of, for example, talking about tourism, if we are part of a community, that means we have to enjoy that. And as they said during the dictatorship, it said that we had to eat cod and drink wine. That identified being Portuguese at the time. I might not want to eat cod or drink wine. I might have nothing to do with wool, and I can belong to a region which is wool producing. So this issue leads me to state that, for example, in Lisbon, you can be whatever you want. Diversity rules. And I'm sure we're going to make many mistakes in our programming, but diversity will always have to be an instrument. Now, I will show you a video from a festival we are organizing in our municipality, which is to call upon what Maria said. It's got to do with a project about music, where we work on different types of music, and we invite them to play their songs, and we use all the stages, and the community are the ones who are more knowledgeable about their music. And some of these were adapting the music from their community to world events.
Isto sim é a pobreza de nós não conhecermos as nossas bases e nem as reinventarmos. Então este festival, que é uma festa, é um encontro, mobiliza a população de uma forma intensa.
We have to reinvent it to citizen and municipality, and it's a stimulus to creation, to debate, to training. It's not just to think about what is to come, but to think about the future. I'm sorry, but the sound of the video is coming at the same time to our headphones as the speaker's words, so it's a bit complicated to understand what he's saying.
E ajuda muito a perceber também a comunidade, quem faz parte da comunidade hoje.
It helps understanding the community. Certain narratives are abstract. Ilha was different today than it was years ago, so we have to always make this comparison. Now, it's a bit complicated, this chart, but I had it's important to read the role of culture versus a more tourist type of attitude. The territory appeal is important. We know that the interior it's hard to find doctors, but I want to live where things happen, where there is well-being, and this work has to be done. The culture has a fantastic dynamic to do it because it is not stigmatizing. It does not have to make a diagnosis to present to people. It can be much more inclusive. So speaking of reality, what is it that people want? To call the communities to discuss that, bearing in mind transformation from the potentialities of the territory and thinking about the future. But it is a very slow process, and politics has no time for this lengthy process. It's much more urgent. And then the touristification procedure. We all want a fairy tale, something that we want for that moment for people to see, and it's a communication process. It's an outsourcing propaganda type issue, and we want it for the immediate period, and this is what we are competing with today. Lisbon is a paradigm. I live in Lisbon. I understand the stories told to the tourists. We do not take advantage of our real culture, of our production, and sometimes I have people from the north selling tickets, tram tickets, but there is a reasoning, so the most important is that I see at the beach at those ugly buildings, and what project can be done with that, with the people that live there today. How can we create a city of well-being? And the city of well-being, it will always be attractive, and we'll always have tourism not as a principle but as an end to the work, and culture can be that as well. So the question is, what is the place of people in civil society? What actions, what participation, which choices? Because with spectators throughout our lives, sometimes we don't have an initiative. I don't mind being unhappy if I don't have the responsibility for it. And this is dramatic, this attitude. The idea of freedom always entails responsibility. So how can we appropriate our freedom. I mean, we have 40-year-old children these days that are adults are not responsible. Why would not give a room to the new and are always looking for a better place? And this is another adventure in sort of brainstorming how this can work. Once I said that when people value culture, politicians will invest in it. Of course, I know this is a tricky statement, but it is true. Politicians do not invest in culture in a practical manner because people do not demand that. They don't feel the need. I mean, if a municipality invests a lot in culture, it's bad. So the issue here is cultural mediation, insisting on intentions and logics, promoting the growth of the community. So we have to start here, political action with a cultural investment, and you can go through ways, populistic one and get out of this egg, and or a local transformation logic. Not so immediate, not so much touristification, and so if it goes for populism, it's out. It invests in culture, but the culture has only to do with folklore or not related to well-being and quality of life, then we will lose our way. And then we have a community. If we have a local transformation, and if we have a community growth, and the community will be more demanding. And if it's in terms of demand, if it's think of in terms of participation and involvement of the community, it will keep on investing in political action, and this becomes a virtuous circle. But what happens often is that there is an investment which is not connected to reality. Things will happen in the show for 1 hour, and then not much is left. But that's not all we can do. Just a few spectacles to present to the community. How can we find circumstances and create empowerment? Because in an ideal world, culture should be public initiative, associations, individuals. But this is such passive society that it is institutionalized in a top-down manner. Okay, this is just a game. Now, then we have to start working with organized and informal groups. Of course, if we are having a show in the street, you have to speak to the shoppers. If we get to speak to the people, they will be our allies. Otherwise, they will say this is just another form of spending money. The municipality does not know what to do with our money. So how can we outreach, get to the people and have a really territorial work? Or and then there is this important question: is everything we do has a voice, whether it is harmless or it entails some transformation? I know that there are no festivals without purpose, a willingness to change, something that gathers us, organizers and musicians, artists and the public. And when he says this, and it goes to the transformation we spoke about, the logic of thought versus action. Well, when it's just a cultural event, number of shows, it's that just as could be anything else, then it's much of commercial project, a way of meeting, of demand meeting, of the offer meeting the demand, but that's not what I want. I want change, I want transformation. I want to be better every day. A very short video, an advertising video made by this Communicable Festival.
Que não fica plantada e que investe nas pessoas. Pela música portuguesa, pela cultura sem dono, pelas aldeias que se transformam, criam e acolhem. Vem conhecer o novo, o aculturado e o refrescante. Conquista o teu caminho nestas paisagens e faz parte deste imenso lar. Bons Sons é mais do que um festival. É uma aldeia manifesto. De 8 a 11 de agosto, em 100 Soldos Tomar.
So, here you see our manifesto is so present in the identity of the Bons Sons, Good Sounds project. There are many things you can find in the internet about this festival. It's a community festival that works on all dimensions, from the organization, programming, production, etc., merchandising. So the community is involved in all dimensions. The work of community in culture, not to be it's on stage, but, well, that's true, but can be understanding the cultural action itself. And so they got this manifesto and made this advertising spot. I'm no longer in the organization of Bon Change that we created when we were young, me and a group of friends. Now there are new generations leading this process, and I will be helping them this year, setting up stands, selling beer, because that's the principle. This generational handing of the baton, so that now that there are the new participation, a new will of new generations that have different drives than we had at our time, and this dimension, which is important as a starting point to work when we have many doubts, the subject of listening, the idea of listening, and well, it was a lengthy process. The artists in the artistic residence in the villages listening understand there is plenty of matter for artistic creation. So as long as we are curious about what people have to say and the voice, this is a very much spoken dimension about local ownership. How can we make sure that people can also own the discourse about them? It's not, I know who you are, I will convey that to the persons. Well, there should be this dimension of curiosity. If we are available to the other, the briefing, the project, artistic creation will eventually come up. I'm almost finishing. Then this dimension of good sounds or bon sens, it's important for the participation to be an open process. I mean, we should not use them as just props, something that has already been set up, and there is a guarantee of an audience. To work on the communities, to work in the partnership, with ownership. Someone always has to have something to say. Artists have their techniques, their references, it's an exchange. But people cannot just be a burden to this process. And many projects give on this illusion. Sometimes it's hard to understand the difference. Now, I want to create projects that live of that identity, and not a logic of standardization where everything is the same. And just projects for others to see and outsource the effects of the projects that we are associated with. So, in short, design community, this dimension of the people. As I said a while ago, let's speak of the public, of an audience. Yeah, people with their wills, their drives, they are part of communities, many communities at the same time, and they have their own interests. And so, the idea that there is a participatory culture, if we work with them, and we will create more plural societies and inclusive societies. That's where a difference can be brought about, because we change the words, we soften certain attrition in our discourse, but if we do not change the way how we work, that work will soon be overused, and we have to find a replacement. Encounter with democracy. And territorial cohesion should be a challenge to all cultural structures in Portugal and elsewhere. I mean, Brexit did not come about by accident, or it's not by accident that we have the current situation in Europe. We are creating countries with large cities, rather a medieval idea of the city-state, and we are forgetting about the diversity of the whole territory. And it's via the cultural role that we can see the cultural diversity of a country, and so of what can be considered development, although I don't like the word that much. Now, I will close with a project in Ilhavo that we like very much, called Planteia, and it is about people and landscape. It is a project for a garden. There is an audience floor. I mean, the Planteia is a wordplay between the word plateia, which means the audience, and to plan. And also, see, this involves people from the beginning, from the seeding, the choosing of the plants, planting the plants, and then the programming, the workshops, the whole dynamic. So people own this project. This is just in front of the House of Culture of Ilhévo. It's a square that should belong to everyone, that belongs to no one. They only had 1 or 2 shows per year there. So we took over during the pandemic to create a project there that invites people to get to know the nature better. And there are also weekly actions about playing in the street, creating a space of meeting. All these people belong to the community. They were involved in the different stages of the project. Schools, organized groups and non-organized groups. It was a project of hope. And and then we had a dynamic of games like painting the floor as if it were a game board where we can play and so other than those 4 stages, there is also another set with a regular programming. And sometimes it's difficult for people to understand that culture has to be everywhere, and how environment is a matter of culture. Sometimes in municipalities it's different because we are going through a department is not ours, to say that it's not our business. Climate change is a major issue, getting to know the landscape, and this has been very interesting. And we then have to go to a more regular programming of spectacles and artistic performances. This is the garden, and that it involves several dynamics. Right? The maintenance is also made by the community. Now in Radio Faneca there will be something about the story, the history of these gardens, where those plants came from, etc. That's it. Thank you. Great, Louise. It is overwhelming. We don't have time to ask you many questions, but it's important to think about this. As I said, it's overwhelming. Then we understand why you didn't sleep last night, because we had a lot of work. We were able to compile so many activities, different areas of work, and the implication of the communities. This shows in the work you have been doing. One of the questions that I think could be important, given that we were somehow taken over by this huge work, but one question is, how can we create a memory about all these projects? Because there are so many of them in different sites. How can we create a memory for the future that it is intergenerational from these practices that we can deem good practices? We've been talking about this since the morning. So how can we perpetuate this memory of good practices, just like Richard said a while ago about breaking the rules. So this breaking of the rules is also clear in your work. So how can we create memory from this? How can we perpetuate these good practices so that we don't lose them in the short and medium term? Well, yes, that's very important. And there are many interesting projects in Portugal, but it seems we are always reinventing the wheel. There is not much legacy in writing and the history of this work. Now we try to do that. Everything that, when I say we, it's the various we's. I'm not alone in these teams, all these teams in every project. We have different teams, but that's a premise, it's an assumption. Everything is filmed with the thought and the look so that we can remember what we were thinking about at the time. We try to write it down, our thoughts. In Italy, for instance, we just published a book called Looking Inside, regarding the different architecture path in Italy, but it was difficult. And given this overwhelming dynamic of work, so those that are working on this didn't have the time to write or to have the necessary distancing to organize their writings. Well, can't even be, it doesn't necessarily have to be writings, it can be just pictures. But we feel this now. Projects come to us, and I'm talking about Portugal because this is reality. I know everything is very weak, depends on many decisions, mainly political decisions, and there are main projects that disappear overnight. So register or recording is very important, thinking about what it is that we are doing. But that's it. We need the time, we need the money so that other people, other structures can continue the work. I know that the academic fabric, sometimes we are doing things in parallel when there was so much we could do together. And it might be of a great aid to these structures that are often stoic and help them work. Creating evaluation tools that are very important. We need that evidence to defend our work. We don't have audiences of thousands most often than not. So what is success and failure? How to define it? Very clear objectives. Always wondering whether what we are doing meets the objectives. But to have someone from the outside during this follow-up is essential. I will try to make sure it happens in all projects I am involved. For instance, now National Theatre, Dona Maria II, this is what is being done. It's amazing to see how we can have structures that, as soon as this project begins, how it is going to be followed by someone that is with the project from beginning to end. I think this is a major flaw, and we are still light years away from that. Is this material available online? Well, yeah, the videos are. They are being organized. There is an archive dimension that is being built. A lot, even in artistic residences, is invisible, and people do not always understand what it is we do. It's just so often it is just the tip of the iceberg that people have access to, and they have to make this much more transparent, much more permeable. Now, in this large room, is there anyone who wants to ask a question? Now we know how he's the keynote speaker. François.
Thank you, Luis. Thank you for this very thorough presentation of the issues, which I very much agree with your analysis. Listening to your outline, it reminded me of a program I worked on in Eastern Europe about 20 years ago that was responding to exactly those kinds of realities in rural areas and peripheral areas. The solution that we found, and it was very successful, was to give the money directly to communities. So I have two related questions. Do you think that it's a good strategy? And if so, why do you think I haven't been able to persuade any local government to follow it in the 20 years since we did it?
Se estivermos numa comunidade saudável,
in a healthy community, I think that's the best solution. It would be the right function of entities funding entities is to make it possible for culture to happen according to the wills and dynamics of the communities. But I do not think that is possible in practice. Theoretically, maybe, but when we have communities with a lack of civic practices, most cultural associations in Portugal are more or less dying or latent. There is no professional involvement. I think it's difficult. So first and foremost, more than giving the money, we have to create dynamics and tools to see the reality, to question, to revert the logic of it's always been like this, and so to change the way how people see the environment. I think that's what we are trying to do, not just creating conditions for projects, but this idea of the two wheels that come together. So we have to understand what it is that we want, what it is that we need. References, working space. It's not just money that people need. At least from the experience I have with working communities, it's much more than that. This may sound a little bit patronizing, but I don't think it is. So we have to try to share responsibilities, but I cannot. It's almost as if I were to get an artist that is launching its first album and having play in a major festival stage. Now we have to be reasonable. So the question here is, well, yes, of course we can give money, but we have to do it in the right conditions. And this work is much more complicated than just to finance. Of course, if there are good projects, great. 23 miles is a rather holistic and large project, but we want it to be transferred to the community gradually. The project is 6 years now, and there are already 13 cultural associations that have appeared since then, have been founded since then. And so this means that it is possible, and there is place for culture in that place. The first interview I made some years ago on the radio, on the video on 3 miles. The next day, a young man came to me and said, Luís, I will never say I am from Aveiro. Now I will say I am from Ilhavo. So this is very important because Ilhavo is a peripheral city to the region capital, and there is always this idea that going to Ilhavo is like going to the countryside, and we have solved this. We have given importance to the village, to what there is, and in the current situation, this individualistic dimension, lack of tools we have these days, lack of meeting places, I think that our work is much more than just to fund. Thank you, Luís. Thank you, Francois, for your question. We really have to wrap up and go on with the next panel. But I can take a few key ideas from Luís's presentation. Namely, the idea of villaging. It's more than a challenge to make this movement, that we have a sense of belonging to our hometown, to the place we come from. So I will emphasize is the question of culture as a way to the future of citizenship dynamics, to make critical conscience, to map, not about us, but it's about the others. It involves also our dimension of being in place. I would emphasize also the idea of the center and the periphery. The inequality in the territory is not so much mentioned. In the Portuguese public space, the idea of the problem of the lack of territorial cohesion, and then to get out of the cultural center and bring culture to the center. That's what we are doing. We're trying to do here today with these projects and this study case. The idea is not to transform the other's action, but to set a interface point, and we also mentioned the human rights, Article 27, right to culture. We criticize the stupidification of the local feasts or holidays, and two important aspects: the idea of a manifesto, of the creation of a memory, the idea that this relationship of identity of communities has a lot to do with the context and what we do with it. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for helping us think. So we shall proceed, but before that, let's give Luis a big show of hands. Thank you. Well, I'm going. Thank you, Luis. After this Earth of Culture, now people building capabilities. We'll hear the experiences of two projects. The Pozos Musical Artistic Society with Raquel Gomes and David Ramy, and then Vo Arte with Ana Rita Barata and Pedro Sena Mendes. So please come on stage. Welcome. Please choose anywhere you want on stage. We don't have any reserved seats. Now, finally, our stage is full. It has always been like 2 or 3. Now there's 5 of us. Now, brief presentations. It's always important to remind the experience, the history of who's going to speak about his or her projects and experiences. Raquel Gomes, coordinator of community projects and the Dos Pozos Musical Artistic Society. She's a therapist and a doula. Her experience comes from this contact with the other, a passion for art, so they make her understand that life is too short to be wasted. She looks at death with the same respect she looks at life. She finds in her spirituality, family and friends, harbor, safe harbor. David Ramy was born in Habana, Cuba. He started his music studies in 1988 in Samuel art school in Havana. 1994 started doing theater in Cuba, then until 1998, and that year he eventually became a member of the Studio Theater Group. It's an essential group of the Cuban theater in the 20th century. Then he was connected to the cinema school in Havana. He worked as an actor in cinema, and went to 2007. He worked in Madrid for the Minimal Theater Group by Miguel Ponce. He has worked with the Pozos Society Artistic and Musical, and he was a teacher of drama for high school students, and also worked in the Honoris and the Bello groups. So welcome. Both, and as you speak, we'll make the other presentation, so don't forget who is who. I don't know if you have any slides to show, just talk about the project. So my suggestion, I will make all introductions first, and then I will proceed Vo Arte, and then we will continue. Okay? Thank you.
Rita Barata studied in Lisbon, also in Holland. She has worked with different choreographers. She has worked and works with Pedro Sena Nunes and started on projects back in 1994, horizontal projects with specific characteristics. Head of Ballart since 1997 and co-creator of the integrated company Multidisciplinary. Pedro Sena Nunes is a partner in Vo Arte, director, producer, photographer, programmer and teacher. He did engineering and cinema studies, co-founder of the Meridional Theatre Company, responsible for the audio-visual sector, and member of the Portuguese Association of Producers, and a consultant of other associations. In the last 14 years, Pedro has dedicated his work to teaching, creating workshops about creation, both from a point of view of documents and fiction. Movement is his area. So, the two of them will present together their project. I see Rita is holding her speech. We're going to show you a video. Let me start by thanking the foundation for this invitation to be present in this conference. And Voard is still digesting the keynote speaker presentation, which the interpreters didn't understand a word, by the way, and share with you a few ideas. I will make a few brief comments, then a video, and then my colleague, just to give you the backdrop to our presentation. In cinema, image and body, dance, we are working on the creative interpretation of reality, microcosm projects in the Portuguese districts. This took some time. We haven't finished yet. The stock-taking of the Portuguese districts and living with the locals and soaking their creative work. We've been doing this for some years, and this is a very clinical view of these cultural aspects, including dance, and we had a festival where we identified parts of the country where we worked directly with national and international artists who visited Portugal, and they held shows in different parts of the country, and obviously training was an essential part of our work with the local population. We had a storyline, and we had two projects, dance and cinema, different outlooks, but in the type we had to want outside the stage with our dance project. We wanted to work with local architecture, and that meant we had to travel throughout the country, and we understood, this was 24 years ago, maybe more, many barriers, some of a physical nature, so art and the handicapped was a finding. Also, cultural barriers was another. Resistance by people to take on new ideas. And so we learnt a lot throughout our voyage, and we always tried to give a multi-generational aspect to our work, and the word efficiency was used for us in all our projects. Later on, we understood that we were interested with the audience, with those who came to see our shows. So we wanted to bring these interpretations out onto the street, but we also were concerned with the public, the viewers, and especially people which had, for example, handicaps like being blind, but who could also benefit from the shows that we were holding. We were pioneers in this area, using new technologies, but this technical approach to our cultural events went hand in hand with listening to those who were watching the shows and those who were the actors. We wanted to involve everybody, and in the dance company, when we talk about handicapped people, we also include their families, those who, the carers, the psychologists, all those who participate. And today, VOARD goes hand in hand with the, albeit difficult relationship, the dialogue between culture, education, the economy, and our own experience. And even having shared these shows with many producers in many districts, and this strengthens our determination to work with schools and not forgetting that, as George Listopad said, my memory is for tomorrow, ours is also for tomorrow. And that idea of using the school, public in state schools in Portugal, which has been a way of leveraging these practices to reach higher stages, including the auditorium here in the foundation, which was the high point of our experience. And Luís mentioned all that is unseen. And so we have a lot of ideas, but we are aware that we are building on the work which we've carried out. And I'm going to show you a video now. It's a short summary of what we've been doing.
I follow. So, first, I want to thank this opportunity, as Pedro as well said, and I'm going to do my best in English. And I will try to summarize as better as I can. We tried it. This journey that has been taking all these years. And I can tell you that we are just halfway through. Sometimes I feel I will not have lifetime to actually testimony some of changes, because it really takes time, and it takes a long time. And but that's also, I do appreciate time more than ever. And I've learned a lot with some of the dancers about time, and that has become not anymore an anxiety. So, acknowledging that some of our work that has been done left some seeds, which are now today some of movements that are still being used by others. And that's actually so amazing and grateful to see that your work can be duplicated, multiplied in many different ways, and that the seed left somewhere, someplace, is now a rooted tree somewhere, somehow. And thinking backwards, we can share that has been a very special and meaningful path to actually discover that humanity is the driving source of Voart. On the way, with many projects, festivals, and other events, whether programming, consulting, dancing, choreographing, or other tasks, the aim has been to listen, to discover, to share. As John Zemeckis, which is an American-Lithuanian film director, said, keep looking for things in places where there is nothing. There are multiple forefront stages and language that draw a map of encounters and mark people in the dialogue through territories never revealed. There are many keywords: community, connections, integration, communication, difference, uniqueness, everyone, accessibility, inclusion, generations, active, exchange, all in participatory creative process. Someone asked me what drove me in my artistic work, and I said, people, everyone that I could cross and share the subtlety of life and learn from that sharing and also make it my own. So in fact, all kinds of projects that we've done over these 24 years or whatever time it is, has been for all people to reach their own destination, crossing borders and bringing the diversity of each one in something that is intended to be common or uncommon, to celebrate courage, translated into human and emotional wisdom. A lot of side effects have been revealed without us knowing, and some of them we have actually very close to us. And I will get into some very specific examples. So we can take, for example, of Joana Gomes, a young woman that became blind, 6 years old, and that we met in 2012 when she was 19 years old, and that wanted to dance, especially knowing that we were looking for blind dancers to include in a creative process. So she was actually studying in Porto, in the university, and without her parents knowing, she just took the train and came to Lisbon. This she just told me, I think 2 years after she was already in the company. So I was like, oh gosh. And nobody knowing. So the family only knew after a long time that she was coming to Lisbon. Anyway, through a creative process, through dance and movement, Joana learned the several techniques of contemporary dance and went through a lot of experience that made her perceive what was already there, her fully potential to become a dancer and realize a dream that she acknowledged through the work. Her ability to listen to space, to see others, even if blind, to engage in gestures and in social causes, it became the driving force as a dancer and as a human being. Now, to make all complete, Joana is part of the production team at Voart, but especially a dancer at Sim Dance Company in all many of the performances that we are producing. The learning process with making the first dance performance accessible with audio description in 2010 was in itself a project, and later that became a goal to achieve in all performances as much as possible. With Joanna, we learn a lot of things of how to make it grow and pass it into others. Introducing, for example, to Jorge Granadas is to speak about a young man with cerebral palsy that I met in 2007. And in nowadays, is a dancer of Sim Dance Company that along the process has discovered also his ability for writing and has published his own book. Speaking about Lourenço Chaves, who's now, I think he will be 16, who met in 2017 in the public school with Projeto Geração Soma and is still taking dance classes with us all this time, and that has shared recently on the project that the project has changed his life. The same for Diana Martins, also in Projeto Geração Soma, that now is taking, she's under a process of education to become an actress. Recently, we are on a project that engages and empowers deaf actors to lead the creative process amongst a team with other deaf artists, and that has become a huge challenge of communication and learning. So we also invested in having some of our professionals learning sign language. But in fact, in all of this process, and with the inclusion of 2-year education program through the arts, which is called PEPA, which you saw some parts on the video, for young adults and adults with disabilities, has been now also our goal. Because to create the ground for empowerment, we still have to create in many places equal choices for everyone and the right to decide. And that is still not happening, especially in the field of education, where the full accessibility is still a subject. Besides the fact that we also are still having a not flexible curriculum in schools and students act very passively. And many researchers from the academy mentioned that the fact that when students have a voice and decision to choose, gain more control over what they learn and feel empowered to work and accomplish more. According, for example, to Anne Aries, investigator on education through the arts, it is to find ways in which creativity and the arts in education can coexist with each other, of how together they can reaffirm the value of culture in schools. This also has become some part of my research as well. And as stated on an article which is titled Continuous Education for All, it says, education is what can be said as a barometer that determines the progress and the decline of community life in a nation. I would dare to say that art can become a guiding compass for the barometer of humanity.
Yes. Obrigada, muito bem. Podem aplaudir, sim. Obrigada, Rita e ao Pedro. Nós já iremos voltar com questões, mas agora vamos passar a palavra à Raquel Gomes e ao David Rami, falar um pouco sobre a Sociedade Artística Musical dos Pousos, perceber, porque se calhar nem todos nós sabemos, online aqui, que tipo de projetos vocês desenvolvem, não é? A Raquel é coordenadora de projetos comunitários, perceber um pouco que tipo de trabalho é desenvolvido e qual é o impacto realmente desta abordagem, desta metodologia, do trabalho que vocês desenvolvem para e com as pessoas.
Boa tarde a todos.
Boa tarde.
Antes de mais, um agradecimento muito especial a esta casa, na pessoa do Hugo e da Narcisa. Mais uma vez, nos abrem a porta para aqui estar, é sempre um orgulho enorme aqui estar e temos um respeito muito grande por esta casa. E sim, a SAMP é uma casa já com muitos anos, já é muito velhinha, tem 148 anos. E desde a sua origem, que tem este cariz muito comunitário, com o nascimento de uma banda filarmónica. Uma banda filarmónica que nasce com um barão de Viamonte que dá instrumentos aos seus operários para poderem, nas horas vagas, tocar e fazer arte e fazer música. E foi assim que nasceu a SAMP. E hoje a SAMP é muito isto, é olhar para a comunidade e olhar por ela, estar com ela e fazer arte com ela. É uma escola de artes, é um conservatório convencional, como muitos outros no país, mas tem este cariz também de comunidade e social. Há cerca de 25 anos, com o nascimento de uma escola de música para bebés e pais. E aí os pais percebemos a família, a importância de envolver a família e não só o público-alvo, aquele que nós queremos. Não, toda a comunidade, toda a família, os pais, os avós, os irmãos. E com esse projeto berço das artes começam a nascer teias para outros projetos com idosos no hospital, com doentes mentais crónicos, com pessoas em fim de vida, numa prisão, num bairro cigano, em lares, sempre com este cariz muito de envolver não só o público, mas tudo o que está à volta. Profissionais de saúde, técnicos dos lares, porque desde cedo nós aprendemos que só assim é que faz sentido e a transformação acontece efetivamente quando nós envolvemos um todo. E agora remoto um bocadinho aqui, reporto aqui para a ópera na prisão, porque o meu lugar nesta ópera é muito com as famílias. E a ópera, quando nasce, não envolvia famílias. As primeiras intervenções que tivemos em prisões, não tínhamos as famílias. E com o tempo nós fomos percebendo que era mais difícil assim acontecer alguma coisa que achávamos que seria importante, alguma transformação. Como é que nós podemos contribuir? Como é que nós podemos entrar numa prisão e contribuir para algo de melhor? Não é? Para algo de... e foi então com esta percepção com os outros projetos, que a família é importante, que aqui também então iniciamos a participação com famílias. E a diferença quando tem família, quando não tem família. O que é que acontece? Como é que nós colocamos a família neste projeto? Porque é que é importante? Como é que chegamos até eles? Eu entrar num bairro e dizer, olha, vimos aqui falar de um projeto da ópera, as pessoas à partida esquecem, vocês estão malucos, vocês são quem, estão aqui a fazer o quê? O Paulo já de manhã falava, a forma como fizemos com a Joaquina, através do Tiago, dizer Tiago, primeiro cativar o Tiago, entramos com o Tiago dentro de um espaço. Olá Tiago, eu sou a Raquel, e tu quem és? Sou 911. Não, eu não digo olá Tiago, eu não sei o nome dele, obviamente. Quem és tu? Sou 911. Olá, eu sou a Raquel, tu quem és? Eu sou o Tiago, ok. Eu sou a Raquel, tu és o Tiago. Olha, eu tenho 2 filhos, é o Simão e o Tiago. Sou casada com o Nuno, tenho a minha mãe, que se chama António, o meu pai, que se chama Tiago. E tu? Ok. E é um bocadinho por aqui. Eu e tu estamos ao mesmo nível, somos iguais. Tu estás aqui e eu estou na minha casa, ok? E a partir daqui, eles percebem que, calma, há aqui alguém que me está a ouvir, que está a querer saber de mim. E eu acho que é aqui que tudo começa, não é? Não sou eu sei cantar ópera, olha aqui a minha voz, olha como eu canto bem, gostas? Não, eu sou a Raquel, sou esta pessoa e tu quem és? E a partir daqui é tudo muito mais fácil para depois o David continuar o trabalho com eles lá dentro e eu venho cá para fora, para as famílias. Não sei se queres dar tu continuidade ao trabalho lá dentro.
Claro.
Anything? So you have to create a link between the people. Once that link has been established, you can start continuing with the work. This has a dual role. I can't separate. We start sharing photos of the family, photos of children, photos of the family outside the prison, and these photographs, it's not mobile phones, not pornography, not anything, are very important to create a relationship. in 5 minutes, speaking with the people face to face is much more than speaking by phone. And we explain who we're going to do, what we're going to do. This creates a good starting block. And if you switch off the TV, they're watching the soap opera from Brazil, and they try and listen to other channels to listen to opera. And when they change their magazines for watching musical partitures, these families, the prisoners need to show their family that they're more than what they were in the last visit, the last impression they get left with their family. So we're trying to do some connections between art, bringing them to another level, and the families find their children, instead of facing a dead end, suddenly able of doing something which is beautiful and with different values. And this is what SAMP does in all these projects. We are rethinking the social value of culture. We are 44 working in SAMPA, and we have to rethink about something which started where all of us together were singing, we danced, and we communicated, and nobody asked what was the value of that culture as a society. It was completely natural. And we reached the 21st century with LED lamps and explaining this is dance, this is opera, this is theatre, this is contemporary dance. We establish links which are ridiculous, because art at the end of the day is art, and the value has been with us since humanity lived in caves. So something is not working well.
I'm going to make this thought a bit more complicated. From the morning we've been saying that culture is always a way of educating for spirituality, for emotion, and these two projects overlap to the extent that they involve humanization, closeness, contact with families, contact with the young people, the closeness that is created, this conveyance creates affections, there is a lot of touch, movement, embrace, the relationship with the body, with the other. And we all are aware of that the pandemic estranged us from the touch, from the affections. So my question is, what is the dimension of touch as an affection? Because we realize that the artistic tools you use are just that, a way of getting close to people. You're working on affection, emotion, proximity that was lost since the beginning of the pandemic. Well, Plato wasn't even here at the time. There were at the curve, and it was just shadows. So that affection dimension is disrupting in terms of the work to be done. That is why I give the floor to Voarte, Pedro and Rita. what is the dimension? Aren't you afraid of entering this dimension of affection? Because we have been educated, we are being educated not to be involved with the people we work with, because that creates links and then we leave. Of course, I'm oversimplifying, it's more complicated than that, but this is just to help us think. The dimension of affection, dimension of touching, dimension of relationship with the body as artist, way of participating, and vice versa. You go. I said I was going to make things more complicated. Yes, I am concerned about that, but I don't think that is not the assumption that we start our projects with. I think that a lot of affections are important. They exist because that's how things are. But, well, let me talk about children. It's a universe where maybe the borders of embrace, hug, kiss, but I'm talking before the pandemic, there were no barriers. The contacts were very direct, and that work has been done as well. But it is very strong what was left in some of them. But you know that this dimension, what we passed on, what well, we just helped them finding what they already had inside them. Sometimes they don't have the tools, the best tools in school, where they spend most of the time, the whole school year, to trigger mechanisms, negative feelings, frustration, how to deal with that. And affection solves a lot of things, but even though they have not been able to direct some of the sensations, like missing someone, but I met some of them in the post-pandemic return to the group. We wanted to have a show, but a lot of things had to be suspended, and we went back to the school, and I then met some of them that I didn't even know them because of the masks they were wearing before, and having them sharing with us feelings like, oh, it's so good that you're back, that you can convey this to the younger ones, they need this, school is a mess. So they say that because there has been affection before, and this saudade, this feeling of missing out, is positive. It's not like, well, you left us and went away. No, it's on the contrary, it's positive. It changed my way of seeing the other. I go to the learning center. I no longer am afraid of speaking to the aunties. Well, the aunties are the school staff ladies. So all this is positive things. And the place of affection in our company, 15 years of work. Some of them have been working with me since 2007, when they made their first audition to be recruited. And it's a sharing, it's a constant sharing. And so we grow up in this place, which is often a place of failure, frustration, but we are always working to overcome the next challenge, the next stage, in an ongoing sharing and learning. Did I answer your question? Raquel, David? Well, I will be brief. In this project, it is dangerous, but it is risky, but it is very much necessary. So with a certain control, observation, and a lot of trust, we believe it is of the utmost importance of the people present here. There is one that kissed and hugged everything he found in prison, or solace. Well, they've been kissing and hugging rapers for 2 weeks. Well, I'm saying rapists. I don't know what those kids did, but that gentleman inside that Josephine is hugging is a human being in the project. It's tough, yes, and it is a risk we take to travel that road. I don't know, they had this makeup. These kids need this to make up. No, well, unless they get here and get well made up. Those makeup artists we have are not major assets. And as you said, 90% of them are black, so they are hard to make up. But these are people that probably never once touch their faces in a kind way, neither their mothers or grandparents. So the moment to make up these souls is very important for their resilience and for them to succeed. And we have here 44 people responsible for that. I just like to add that it is fundamental, affection is fundamental in this project. It's nice that they are coming here next week and getting into the Gulbenkian's main auditorium, maybe the first and last times in their lives. Is this good for them? Yes, but it is probably better for those that will be watching the message that we will convey. And what we are going to show to the society, the community, is this is possible. These people, they had troubles in their lives just like any one of us can have one day. I was lucky to be born in a golden cradle, but those that were not so lucky, those that were born in problematic families, do not know what love is, what fondness is. They go to prison, they still do not know what love and kindness is. How can I demand respect for someone that has never been respected and doesn't know what it is? So we are here with this project. Not that we want them to sing opera, to be big singers, but we want them to understand affection, love, respect. And that's why I'm here. We use art because art is easier, makes it easier to reach out. And so we make these things that we think it's important. Art well done. Not a singer, an orchestra musician from this experience. Is it the purpose? Yes, because the purpose, the problem is not inside the prison, it's inside us and the way we look at them. And to imagine that these affections should be replicated. It's like a wave, a triple effect. That's fundamental. Thank you. Well, our agenda says, well, I have so many questions. I'm sure everyone else would have questions too, but we have to wrap up now this session. Thank you for your presentations and sharing and meeting our challenge. We will now have a break. We'll be back at 4:30. Already ready for the second and last part of our session before the concert at 7:30 p.m.
Olá, muito boa tarde a todos e todos. E agora sim chegou a nossa.
Hello, good afternoon. Now it's time for our last session of the day with Antonio, Miguel, and James. We will have talk, the three of us. We don't have any new technologies in the development of capacities. That's the motto. Antonio Miguel is the founder of MAZE, responsible for development, social government process work, and MSM Impact Fund as a managing partner. We worked on impact investment for 10 years in the UK, Canada, and Europe. 99 is not equal to 100%. Then James Bingham He works in inclusion and accessibility to music classic. In November 2018, he joined the team of the National Works Production in order to develop a wide scope of projects to involve new projects. James worked as a project coordinator in the Department of Education of Middleburn and as the coordinator of North Group in Leeds, where he led 1,000 kids per week in a different projects for the team. James also sings, and currently a tenor, the Dublin Voices Chamber Choir. Now, first Antonio Miguel will speak to us about his startup project, and then James. And we will then try to understand the subject of this afternoon session. So, Antonio Miguel, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's a great pleasure and privilege to be here. The idea is to give an initial context so that we can all talk and interact later. James will also present the is involved in. I would like to speak about three things today. The first is the social impact of artistic practices. The second one is what is the role of technology in artistic projects in different areas. Thirdly, why is it so important, this measurement things and impact management, and how is technology important, this common denominator that was the starting point of the approach on capacity development in human development. So I work for MAZE. MAZE is a non-profit organization created by the Gulbenkian Foundation in 2013. What we do every day is try to give to social impact entrepreneurs all the tools they need to implement and escalate their solutions. These tools go from capacity building to non-financial support, measurement of impact management, and other tools that we use. We have a fund to manage for 8 million euros that works on this type of projects. So I will try to explain that, and it is in this diversity of solutions, some more technological, others not so much, different business models, different approaches, traditional, that's where comes a lot of the wealth of the solutions that we try to address specific challenges. Now, about the social impact of artistic practices, I don't have to say a lot. I mean, I think we all agree that that impact is undeniable. We have had the chance to realize this in the day-to-day. The privilege we have to work with the Parties Project, Art for a Change, a joint project between the Gulbenkian Foundation and La Caixa Foundation. There are many studies. I mean, just Google and we will find examples. One arts fund in the UK that brings some interesting data about the role artistic projects not just have on participants, but on the communities. And this is important given the role of technology. So as an impact investor, these types of projects are important to us, because it is through these projects that we are able to achieve social change. Regarding the role of technology, from what we have realized, it's important to strengthen that technology in artistic projects has an important element in terms of scalability to help these projects grow in different fronts. One of these fronts is increasing the outreach of the projects. The use of technology by many projects allows them to reach more people than otherwise they would not be able to. And on the other hand, it allows for a greater accessibility when we speak of geographic constraints or socioeconomic constraints or other types of constraints. technology allows for the reduction of many barriers here. Then we have an element that technology allows for is cost reduction and making these projects more accessible in financial terms, and then developing many technological tools. And I think that James will talk about some examples regarding the use of technological tools that allow for a greater involvement of participants and community, which leads to an enhancement of the artistic and social experience. Now, regarding measurement and impact management, it's funny because often this part is seen like something which is imposed by the funders of this type of projects, like a burden to the projects, an additional to the day-to-day work. And that has not been our experience when we work with the parties part for a change project. When we speak about measuring impact, it's important to speak about management of the impact, because when we measure the projects, the day-to-day, we are basically seeing things looking back. We are looking at the rear view mirror, seeing what happened in the before. But when we manage, we don't just look back, we have to look forward. What did I learn that may help inform my decisions in the future? How can I make social impact a day-to-day management tool that allows me to serve better participants in my projects? That is why we try to do with the projects, in the projects that we work with, namely parties, where results and activities in terms of measuring impact are in line with the activities and results of the project, so that this is not something that expects in side by side, but that it helps projects to become better on the ground. And it's important also to speak about impact management, that it's not just social results. Sometimes we're trying to say how this project has improved school achievement or self-perception of confidence. Well, the impact is not just the outcomes, it's also to see the performance the project has had. Are activities going according to plan? What did you learn that works? What did we learn that doesn't work, so that we stop doing what doesn't work and do more of what works? And also assess the process. So how can we do things differently that bring the best of projects and participants to above? Also, in measuring impact, there is an important role of technology, as I said, and I think that the pandemic accelerated this digital transition, where the use of technological tools has made a lot, has facilitated the data collection, data visualization, and allowing me to implement the project and interact with participants and not taking notes without having the necessary interaction that it's important to have as a participant in the project, to use these tools to make use of more information that then I can cross to see what works, what doesn't work. One last note before taking a look at the project in action. This is the role of technology in this a realm of approach to the capacities and human development theory. I think that, and we have seen these in many projects, that technology can have the role of input that is to be used to feed activities, the participation of participants in the projects, a tool that allows to amplify the reach and impact of the project, but also technology as an output. It can also be a product of the projects themselves, an additional channel through which the participants' projects are involved in the projects and involving communities, and therefore having a more vibrant context for the communities in which they are involved. Technology can have that double role to be something that is as either an input or an output. And what we see in the projects that in the combination of technology, social impact, quality, and artistic content, and the dedication of those that are on the ground, it's through the combination of all this that social change, sustainable social change can happen. And this has been our experience in with the Parties project, that we have had several editions, and I would be happy to share with you in greater detail some of these learnings. Thank you, Antonio. Let's give him a hand. We should value this sharing whenever possible. Thank you. And then, yes, we will have our discussion. James?
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful to be here with you all. I want to talk to you today about a project that we've been working on as one of the 3 trials as part of Traction at Irish National Opera. I run the outreach programme at Irish National Opera. Despite the name of the company, which sounds like a company that's been around for a very long time, we're actually an extremely young company. We're in our 5th year at the moment of producing work. Up until then, there was no National Opera Company of Ireland. There were smaller producers, but this is, in the past half-decade, really has seen a renaissance of opera within Ireland. And through Traction, we've been able to look at capabilities and technology and do things that I think we certainly wouldn't have been able to do otherwise, and explore new territory. You were talking earlier on about how the pandemic has sped up some of those things, and I feel with this project that's certainly come at a terrific time for us in looking at how we can engage with the communities of Ireland. This project stems from a challenge that we have in Ireland around centralisation, which I think is something that to a greater or lesser extent anywhere in the world is a challenge. There are places where there is more resource and attention given to others, and communities feel marginalised simply by geographical virtue. So whilst we have a very strong and vibrant capital with a lot of cultural activity happening in Dublin, there are good chunks of the rest of the country where that isn't the case. And we're Irish National Opera, and so our remit as an organisation is to be national and not simply just engage with the cultural scene of Dublin and nowhere else. So as a result, as a company, the work that we do does tour nationally, and we bring our operas to various parts of the country. But there is inherently within that a challenge due to the simple fact of auditorium sizes. And your traditional operas, for example, we did a production of Madame Butterfly, great work in the canon, and that went to. That was performed in Dublin in one of the major venues there, and was performed in Cork, but it was not possible to bring that to many other parts of the country because there aren't the orchestra pits, there aren't the stages that are big enough for us to get to. So the work that we do bring is often smaller in scale, often early music, works that have been award-winning have gone on tour, but there are limitations. So we're trying to think of creative ways that we can serve Ireland as a nation. And the opportunity for Traction came along, and this was an interesting problem that we wanted to try and solve through Traction. And our plan was to create what we think is the world's first virtual reality community opera. Now, I keep saying, I've been saying the world's first virtual reality community opera for 2.5 years now, and nobody has corrected me. So I assume by now someone will have told me if there's one the other side of the world. Maybe in Australia they're making something that's not quite reached us, but as far as I'm aware, it's the first one. Just to unpack what we mean by both virtual reality opera and community opera for a moment, because I think definitions are important. From a language point of view, but also one thing we found in Traction is working in various different sectors, having those definitions that are clear are quite important. So when I say a community opera, I mean an opera that has been created with professionals along with non-professionals. And that creative process is in as much of the creative aspects as we're feasibly able to do. So in the writing of the opera, what the opera looks like, how the opera sounds, the stories that we want to tell, what the experience is like, we want to bring the community along with us when we're building that. And I'll talk a little bit later about who the communities are that we've been working with. The virtual reality component is an opera that is conceived for a virtual reality headset. And this is where the technology comes in for obvious reasons. So an experience that you would experience in a headset, they're becoming more and more ubiquitous these days, which is lasting about 18 minutes. The reason being is any longer than that at the moment, and we're not quite yet comfortable with spending that length of time. I think as we get used to that kind of medium, that might change. But at the moment, really, we think that's sort of as long as we can kind of handle in a headset, because we're still very new to these. I'm sure some of you have experienced them, but yeah, they take time to get used to. And with that virtual world that we're creating, it was really important that what we were doing was something that could only exist in virtual reality. For me, virtual reality at the moment feels like the birth of cinema or any other new art form at the time when it was around. It's a medium that we don't quite know yet exactly what the capabilities are, but we want to do things that you can only do in that space. So, for example, in a virtual reality world, you are able to build that world, and obviously your imagination is your limit in that kind of space, and you can wander around that world. Something that in an auditorium, unless you get creative and bring people on the stage, it's not typical that you'd be able to do that in that kind of way. So to explore those ways, multiple endings, engaging and interacting with things are all dynamics that we're interested in with this kind of world. And tied into that as well is how the community contributes. The other thing that's interesting about virtual reality is that we can engage communities from across Ireland. And that was the other really important part of this. And going back to that issue of centralisation that I talked about earlier, when we wanted to look at communities that were disparate and across the country, many of our participants have not met many of the other participants and probably won't during the course of this this production because of where they live. We've focused the participants in three key areas. One is working on an island off the west coast of Ireland. There's a collection of islands called the Aran Islands. They're in a region called the Gaeltacht, which is the Irish-speaking part of the country. The island that we're working on is called Inishmion, and it's a population of between 100 and 200, depending on when you visit in the year. It's extremely rural, as I'm sure you can imagine. There's one boat in a day and then one boat out. There's a pub and there's a shop on there. They're a very enterprising community, and there's lots of interesting activity and community work happening on there. But because of the size of the island, there are limitations to what it is that they can do there. For example, venue sizes. You know, the largest room in here is far smaller than the space we're in right now. It's about half the size. So they have those limitations that they have to work towards, and the challenges. I don't know if any of you here live on an island. There are challenges with living on an island that are inherent just by that kind of divide. In addition to that, we're also working with a very different group, which is adults in an area of Dublin known as Tala, which is an inner city area which has obviously a very, very different kind of urban structure to what's happening on Inishmion. So we've got very kind of different realizations of worlds. And then as well, we've been working with secondary school students. Principally, those secondary school students are from the middle of Ireland. One thing that's has been explained to me a few times about the Midlands is that as the roads have improved in Ireland, fewer people stop off in the Midlands. It's one of those unintended consequences. I think one was speaking about that earlier, about those impacts that you have. So we've been working with secondary school students in those areas, or students of that age. Those have been our focus over the last 2.5 years to try and realise this virtual reality opera. And we've involved them in lots of different ways. Now, Raquel spoke a little bit earlier about coming to a community in the first place and saying, you know, what would your we're going to do an opera, and them saying, are you crazy? That's something that we were very conscious of as well, is going cold to a community and saying, what would you like your virtual reality community opera to be about, is a little bit of it's a very disarming question to begin with, particularly when you're working with people who've never been to see an opera, or they've never experienced any virtual reality. Now, that doesn't mean that their opinions aren't valid, but it's an intimidating environment for a national opera company to say, we're wanting to listen to you. And you want to create a sense of trust with the community over the course of that experience. Then, of course, we began Traction in January 2020, and we all know what happened in the world shortly after that. So to begin with, these were new communities we were working with. We'd never worked with them before because we're a young company. To begin with, we worked with these communities entirely remotely. And the complexities of building a world and looking at all the aspects of that meant that we didn't want to initially throw everything at people all at once. We said, come and take part in a writing class, or come and take part in a composition class online, or a visual arts class. And we ran these as Zoom workshops online with the idea of just generating ideas with people and getting them to feel creative and giving them the authority to say, yeah, your ideas are valid in a very granular scale that we could then look in the future to scale up. But we said, don't worry about the context of opera. Don't worry about how that's going to fit into things further down the line. Right now, we just want to look at you. We want you to feel creative. And we did this for about 4 months, something like that. And over that time, generated a huge amount of material. And in the intervening period since, we've been working to shape that material into something that is much more of a cohesive experience, down into this 18-minute experience. And that has been about going back to the community, both in person and meeting with them. It's also been about drawing from key themes and then finding folklore and those sorts of tropes from elsewhere that we can draw on. The Samps opera in the prison is obviously draws on Ulysses. And I think that's a common theme in a lot of community work, is about finding those common stories. Rather than asking a community to immediately come up with this totally original idea out of nowhere, instead look at analyzing other stories. What do you like about this story? What don't you like about this story? How can we change the aspects of these and combine these? So from the themes that came through from all the material that we generated, we found various pieces of Irish folklore and put them together and try to create a world with them out of that. In terms of how the community have been represented in the virtual reality opera in the various mediums, obviously there's the narrative aspect, which I've been talking about just now. Musically, they're performing in the work. One of the great benefits of technology is that you can record things in a way that you wouldn't usually be able to in a traditional concert performance. We have a community choir who is singing along as part of the opera. They actually haven't heard a note of what the orchestra have played yet, or at all. They won't. We've recorded their part. But what it means is for our composer, Finola Merivale, is she's able to write music that is can be at odds or can be quite challenging for people to sing along to. But it gives freedom there, and we can break things down as we go, and people can a lot more can be achieved in singing an entire opera chorus that may not have otherwise been possible. Another way that we've been representing people, and in a moment I'd like to show you a video of this, is through the movement of people. As technology has become more affordable, one thing that we've been able to do is look at motion capture and Rococo suits. The idea of putting somebody into a suit, and our director, Joe Mangan, who's been working on this project since it began, working with participants and saying, for this particular sequence of the opera, there's going to be a lot of fish, but we want you to try and move like a fish. And her intentionally going for this a particular movement that is generated from the communities, the idea of the communities. And so the community can see themselves within that through the representation of motion. So maybe if we play that video now.
Out of the Ordinary, or Asang Gná, is very much a one-off project which is made with participants all over this country, and they are involved in the creation of the music, in the creation of the narrative, and even in the creation of the motion capture that will be part of the characters that are in our virtual reality world.
Today I was in a motion capture suit, acting as a jellyfish.
It was just brilliant, exhausting, that's why I'm slightly out of breath.
I've never seen anything like that before. I never kind of been part of anything like it, and you know, it's just like really cool. Like, I didn't even know you could do that.
Seeing how everybody brings their own personality to the digital avatars has actually been a lot of fun.
Quite an amazing experience and great fun. I've never done anything like it, but if anyone ever has the chance to do it, I'd say go for it. It's great fun, and it's a great workout as well.
Oh, I think it's amazing. It's like, it's such a great like group of people as well, just to be doing it with, and like, you know, people still like listen to you, because I thought nobody would be listening to me because, you know, I'm a kid, but like it was really nice to have that sense of like involvement and stuff.
I absolutely love it, and it's opened my eyes to the whole, you know, process of putting on, you know, shows and theatre, and I absolutely love it. I wish I had done this 40 years ago.
My smile must say it all.
We should try now.
Just one more thing I want to say before I wrap up here is just in terms of the experience then that the audiences will have with this work. The thing that's great about this is it's incredibly mobile. We don't need a set. We just need a headset and a little bit of equipment around it. Just there is a lot of work that we're doing right now in terms of making sure that audiences have an audience experience that isn't the headset is not distracting them from that work. There's one fear I have at the moment with the project is that the people will walk away from it and say, my glasses steamed up, or the headset was a little loose and it's sort of sagged down like this. And that's their main experience, and they're not able to immerse themselves in that narrative. But like I say, this is like the early days of cinema with a lot of this work. There are mistakes that we'll make, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't try them. So thank you.
Thank you so much, James. Thank you. Vamos voltar então agora um pouco a esta interação, e o António e o Miguel deixou aqui no ar, depois da sua apresentação, sobre alguns projetos que aliam a questão das novas tecnologias, e se a minha memória não me falha, a afirmação foi a tecnologia é importante. Falou do Parties, Art for Change. A tecnologia é importante também para alcançar mudança social e o uso destas novas tecnologias, o impacto social de projetos artísticos. E deixaste aqui no ar alguns projetos dos quais poderias falar. Poderás dar-nos alguns exemplos em que são considerados totalmente estudos de caso, inclusive de boas práticas, e que tiveram este impacto da relação entre a arte e as novas tecnologias?
Claro. Em primeiro lugar, é importante, ou seja, o exemplo que tivemos aqui, que é espetacular, utiliza, de certa forma, tecnologia bastante, eu diria, avançada, não é? Com realidade virtual e com os headsets e com essas coisas todas. Acho que um ponto importante é a tecnologia está presente no dia-a-dia em coisas que nós já damos como adquiridas. E se calhar eu começava por aí. Ou seja, da mesma maneira que um projeto, como o que o James falou, permite chegar a todo o país e ser muito mais diverso da perspectiva geográfica, há muitos projetos do Parties que trabalham com a comunidade escolar que têm que utilizar, por exemplo, redes sociais como forma de chegar às pessoas, chegar aos alunos, falar a linguagem dos alunos e chegar nos mediums em que eles estão. E isso por si só, por exemplo, é utilizar a tecnologia como um facilitador de participação nos projetos. Quando nós falamos, por exemplo, da capacidade em que alguns projetos têm, e o James também falava, de poder gravar, catalogar, guardar para para o futuro, para poderem ser, para aqueles conteúdos artísticos poderem ser consumidos no futuro através de gravações, para que diferentes ou gerações ou diferentes grupos da comunidade possam aceder àquele conteúdo de forma assíncrona. Isso são exemplos de produções artísticas que vivem no tempo e não só naquele momento em que aconteceram, e estão a utilizar a tecnologia como forma também de enaltecer esse impacto, porque o impacto vai viver muito mais no tempo. Se calhar dava só um pouco a outra face da moeda, que é, da mesma maneira que nós falamos que a tecnologia é um facilitador de impacto social nestas vertentes todas, não nos podemos esquecer também das fronteiras da tecnologia.
Technology borders, like unintended outcomes, unexpected results that can happen by using state-of-the-art technology. Technology doesn't replace empathy, and so we have to use technology where it helps us in being more efficient in our work, but it doesn't replace. When we're working with certain vulnerable parts of our community, whatever it is, it's important that technology is not the starting point of creation, of building trust between participants, but it can be another element of being increasingly more present. Maybe offline, and it's face-to-face that we create trust, that create motivation of the projects, and later on use technology to have access to that project later on. Don't forget that the use of technology, if we use it too much, it might have undesirable effects, which we weren't looking for in our projects. And I'm sure James gave us some good hints on how to share these views. You brought a new dimension, virtual reality, adapted to your project. It's a different language. And opera is a technology in itself because it highlights the power of voice. And voice with technology, human technology, and a technology which is created, in this case, virtual reality. This process of relating these two languages, virtual reality and the voice, can lead me to digital inclusion. Technological inclusion means people have to have skills in terms of using technology so that they can work with these new technologies. So, how did you develop those skills in terms of technology literacy, or you didn't even look at that? How did that shape out?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. That was something I think that we discovered quite early on with the project is certainly when you're working with communities for the first time, I think if the first exchange you have is bogged down in trying to work an app, or your sound isn't working, and you spend the first half hour, 45 minutes of your first workshop with someone playing around with technology just so the workshop can function. Well, then you've not designed a workshop that's going to really is fit for purpose there. That was why one of the reasons why we moved away from actually getting people to think about the virtual reality aspect to begin with in the first place and just getting them to think creatively, is that we looked at the ideas of saying, okay, could we put everyone in tilt brush and they could all work together on something, and they're all in headsets and painting something together, which sounds really cool, but actually it's I don't think you're using technology in a way that's sensible for that kind of project, because most people haven't worked in tilt brush before. Certainly when you're working with communities for the first time, those sorts of things are just going to bog you down. So we introduced virtual reality in sort of quite incrementally over the course of the process, and are continuing to do so. It wasn't really until sort of 6 months in that we put people in a headset, partly because of COVID, and we couldn't. But Camille Donegan, who can't be here today, unfortunately, first, when she met with the participants, simply showed them work that was good work has been created in virtual reality. And whenever we were doing workshops, she'd be hanging around there with these headsets, and people would have a moment to just try one of them on and experience something. So it wasn't this very kind of, we weren't kind of forcing people to engage directly with the virtual reality, but as they were creating, they were getting more of an understanding of this will eventually be some kind of virtual world like that. And now we continue to check in with them in terms of screen captures of what's been created and artistic designs and those sorts of things. But it is very tempting to go to the really fancy technology immediately. But the most important thing, as with any workshop, is just getting people to feel comfortable and feel creative in that space. And the technology should never get in the way of that. It should aid it, really.
Thank you. António Miguel, pegando aqui nesta questão.
Looking at the impact, how do you measure the impact which you highlighted in your intervention? So, measuring impact is not just numbers, it's not just quantitative issues. We have other issues involved in measuring the impact. With your startup and with the Partis project, how is it possible to measure the qualitative impact which these projects bring to this new approach, linking the role of the foundation with Partis, with the measurement of the real impact of all and each project from a human point of view? So, first finding, the social impact can't be measured just in quantitative terms. Sometimes certain projects with other sponsors are concentrated on that measurement aspect, and we try to convince them otherwise. But on the other hand, it can't just be qualitative. We have to quantify something, even if it's just the quality of what we're doing. Once again, we're going down the road of quality. So dovetailing the two, quantitative and qualitative, that we can have an idea of how good the impact was. If we can't tell a story around our projects and the people with whom we work, then we're not having a good impact. Can you detail that? You can't give us specific names, but maybe a few examples without mentioning names of case studies, for example. Share with us a good story. For example, the impact of a project with artistic production, including a population of visually impaired people, can't be measured by saying that artistic production lasted 2 hours. We had 50 participants in creating that artistic production, and we had 350 people that watched. For me, that information is useless as regards to the impact. I'm just quantifying some of the concrete results. But to say that 80% of people that participated in the project feel more confident in dealing with new tools or developed skills in terms of creativity, maybe that isn't sufficient as well. So if I start telling a story of José, for example, and his path, and that there's a segment of José's in that project, there I could say, yes, part of the population benefits from this project because A, B, and C did. We had a Maria, a Mary, who had vulnerabilities but had a different experience and a different impact. When I describe these stories, what happens is that the project starts to, we start to understand for whom the project works and for whom it doesn't. And so in the future, we can guide the project to different groups of people, especially for those who will benefit from the project. It also helps us to share these feelings with partners and sponsors. So if we allocate resources to impact management, it helps us in terms of financing, in dealing with our partners, so on. And because it also helps us when we have a storyline to attract more participants in the future. For impact for us, it's important to answer several questions. What are the results which we expect to reach? Positive and negative results. Who benefits and who is affected by these results? How much? When? What is the contribution which our project has for these results? Don't forget that sometimes things happen irrespective of our contribution. And finally, what are the project risks? When we bring all these sections together, it's much easier to look at more than 100 projects which parties involved and tell you different stories, whether we're working with population A, B, or C. Thank you. James, as part of the Traction Consortium, you work with new technologies, art and participation. What do we mean when we talk about participation, art and technology as part of the scope of these projects?
I'm not quite sure what you mean, but participation, art and technology... Sorry, say that again to me.
No contexto do projeto do qual fazes parte.
Project to which you are working, the Traction, as part of Traction, this concrete project. To what extent do we mean when we mention the word participation of art and technology? Do we bring together these two premises, this new technology, virtual reality, for example, bringing these three elements? To what extent? What does participation mean? Is it just being a member of this virtual reality experience? What does participate mean? How do you look at the participation aspect in terms of art and this new technology, which is virtual reality?
Yeah, so participation, I think, is an interesting word generally in this particular field, because for me, the definition can sometimes mean something that is a lot more passive. But actually, in terms of what we're doing with a lot of this work, is that the people we're working with, they're very much the stimulus of that. In terms of how that relates to the technology, I mean, I'm sure my technological partners from Traction won't be pleased to sort of hear me say this, but the technology, as far as I'm concerned, is secondary, because it's there to serve the needs of what it is that's being created. And what's been great actually working in Traction is that actually my colleagues have really understood this a lot of the time. And we haven't, which I think could be very easy with this sort of work, is to find yourself exploring avenues of technology that just don't really relate to what is at the soul of the piece. And what is the soul of the experience that people are working with. So participation is participation, and that's the experience that I'm interested in. And technology is a tool, and we can use it or we can not. We managed to use technology because there was a particular reason here for, virtual reality makes sense in this context because of the issues of centralization, because of the dispersed community that we're working with, because of the ability to replicate it as well, as you were saying before, about the fact that we can take this around and, we're wanting to bring this work to every county and island as a result. But the technology itself really is there to aid it as a tool, and that's all I see it as, really, as with anything else. What's a piano unless it's being played by a human being? Really, it's just a collection of strings.
Yeah. Engaging communities from other places, also, you were saying. Nesta sala, alguém tem alguma questão para colocar?
Any questions from the floor?
James was saying at the moment, how do you
projects, when you are going to face a new challenge, a new project, what is the technology to be used, when to introduce that technology, how is that design process done, and after that, how do you measure or evaluate that the technology was not a distraction, was not just fireworks, was not deviating the goals of the project, and that really added a value there, because that's something that, well, it's a challenge that we face, and I am very curious about how you address that.
Sure. Thank you very much for your question. I think the first rule is always what James just said, like technology must be a means towards an end and not an end in itself, unless when it is intended to be the end, which was what I was trying to put in perspective. When we look at technology from the capabilities approach, technology can be the product of something. Very rarely it is, so most of the times it's a tool. The second thing we look at is how can technology make us better, rather than just being something fancy that we're doing to please, for instance, a funder. And that happens quite often, because technology is flashy, you know, all the terms around tech for good, and I fall prey of that, a victim of that, I mean, many times, so I'm actually talking against myself. It's sexy, so a lot of times you see people diverting resources into something and building mobile apps when they just need Google Docs, for instance. So that's always the second rule, is how do we make sure that what we're using is actually enhancing our ability to do what we're supposed to do, rather than just complementing and being a burden. And it's a thin line, because oftentimes you are told to collect data about your interactions with, I don't know, a population of homeless people, because it's important to have data collection. But unless you know why you're using that data for, then why in the world are you collecting that data? So it sounds obvious, but it takes a lot of time. What we typically do is we run what we call a diagnostic stage. And this stage often does not take less than 4 weeks, for instance. And it's a long time, but you also need to have funders that believe in the power of that. I mean, we have that we're very lucky to have that with the Calouste Gulbenkian Foundation, because, you know, sometimes projects come to us and say, I really need to completely redo my website because I want to be better at fundraising through my shows. And then you understand, actually, it's not about the website. It's about building a good database of people with whom you should engage with. And then the third rule that we try to follow is, I mean, the world changes so fast. So it's impossible to say today what you'll be doing in 2 years. So it sounds a cliche, but we revisit these assumptions on a regular basis to pivot if needed. And sometimes you thought that using a certain tool was going to be helpful, but there was no adoption. So you need to be, you need to zero on emotions to let it go. You know, you worked a lot, didn't work, go and work on something else. So I think the mix of these three rules, tools, is what we try to approach. You know, I'm speaking here, so it looks very nice. On the day-to-day, it's much harder to deliver on, of course.
One thing, just earlier to what you said about the technology being sort of a big appeal and being sometimes falling into that trap. One thing that I've found interesting as a sort of byproduct and wasn't really what we intended, but was great, is actually that idea of technology for technology's sake can sometimes be helpful. The example I'm thinking of is when we brought the headsets to the secondary school on the island of Inishmyon, and immediately we arrive with these headsets, and of course all these secondary school students want to play with the headsets. They sort of, whoa, this is cool, these are here. And then whilst we're here, well, you're in the room now, would you like to sing an opera chorus with us? And then, okay, yeah, we've met you now. And that was, for me, that it was a hook, yeah. It was, now I would never lead a project on something like kids love video games. Let's do a video game opera. Like, I think that kind of stuff is just, it's a bit crass. And it's very, you're generalizing a whole generation, because just saying that young people love technology, and you're also saying therefore that old people don't like technology, and whatever that is, you know. But yeah, there can be moments where you have those things, but it's just an interesting extra, really.
Temos tempo para mais uma questão. Força.
Vanessa, eu estava a ouvir a sua pergunta, António Miguel, eu estava a dizer, eu quero responder.
Boa.
Eu tenho o privilégio, e estamos aqui 3 em linha, com esta gente maravilhosa.
With having all these wonderful people in the room, working in parties, and outside, to the right, we have a installation showing how technology can be innovative. We have a triptych right outside of photographs taken by the blind. It's a self-portrait of a blind person who took photos of himself, and next to that you will find a panel which inside you have an innovative tool pre-COVID with headphones. There's an audio description of the photograph so that a blind person can look at the photo, how they should position their hands and how they should walk around the photo to get an audio description of where they place their hands. Obviously, it's pre-COVID, but it's available for you to try when you go outside. Only in Portuguese, I'm afraid. So, an example of a project led by a group of photographs, fans, and parties supported this project. Francois mentioned that about this project. We sent these to prisons, to schools, and young people who committed crimes before the age of 17, and they were invited to build cameras made out of paper with film, and they had to wait for the results of the photographs taken by the machines, because they had to wait, which is different from using your mobile phone, which is immediate. So they have to have exposure time so that we have the photo. They have to think how much exposure time they're going to allow their paper cameras. But technology here can bring different approaches which empowers people and which provides experiences to different target audience. We could have other examples, but one is just outside the door. Fantastic, Hugo. If you allow me, I work in schools. I have a project financed by the Gulbenkian Foundation as a researcher, and we use 360 video with headsets as a tool. It's a trigger, a device to talk about press, building stories, participation, education issues. The project is led by Maria José Brich, who has worked these issues. Technology can be a facilitator to create relationships, teaching relationships, and also integration, inclusion, and participation, because it's a way of bringing new worlds. And these youngsters made a 360 video talking about the space, their chosen spaces within school. We've worked in Oporto, and it has this aspect of giving back to the community and sharing with the community. so I can also share with you how technology can create new tools for helping participation. Any questions?
We have time for one more question. No? Okay. Silence means you have no questions, or maybe the dimension of questions is just in your heads. So let me just thank the speakers for this excellent panel, for sharing your experience with us. James, Antonio, you were extraordinary. Now we are coming to an end. Michael will immediately start the closing remarks. So thank you, James. Thank you, Antonio Miguel. Michael Zorilla has a degree in telecommunications engineering, a postgrad in computer science, and a PhD in interoperable technologies for multi-device communication. Dr. Zorilla is director of the Department on Digital Media at Contact, and he organized and participated in several research and innovation projects at national and international level. Currently is coordinating the H2020 project Traction, where it explores the co-creation of opera as a way for the social and cultural inclusion. Also participates in the collaborative project for the interaction of multi-users in an extended reality environment called H2020 Arete. His research work is focused on the interactive communication technologies, standards in communication in media, management of video workflow, and 5G technologies. So closing remarks now will be made by Mr. Zorilla.
Very interesting day. I think I learned a lot, so I hope that it was very valuable for all of you. And I want to start my presentation and my closing remarks saying thank you to all the audience, all that are following it online and also here, all the speakers, of course the conductor also, thank you so much, and all the sign language interpreters, translators, all the technicians, the co-creation stage operators that are working. Thank you so much for making this possible. And of course, to my colleagues of Traction, for, well, those who participated, but also those who are here and from home, like they're promoting this and making this to happen. And a very big thank you to the Gulbenkian Foundation for making this happen. Daniela, Narcisa, Hugo, all the team is incredible. So my very honest thank you to you for making this possible and for giving us this opportunity. Okay, so, well, Traction was born to try to answer a lot of questions about technology, a lot of questions about evaluation, methodologies, and also regarding the social part. We also started the session with Francois with some questions about how is participatory opera extending the capabilities of the persons? Are the social entities extending the participants, to exercise their capability to choose what they want to choose and so on? So, well, there are a lot of questions, and we will see. I want to step back and go back to what was our motivation in Traction and what we are doing, and try to see if we have some answers or more questions to give after the project ends. So the Traction ecosystem, we are 9 organizations from 5 different countries. We are very diverse on our own. We are technologists, scientists, experts on evaluation, experts on participatory art, opera-related companies. We have, for example, here there were Liceu, Irish National Opera, SAMP related to the opera, research institutes such as Bicomtech that we are in San Sebastian, and CWI that are in Amsterdam. We have also universities related to technology like Dublin City University and also Universitat Autònoma de Barcelona. They are leading the evaluation part and experts on accessibility. We have companies like Virtual Reality Ireland that they produce immersive experiences and so on. And we have experts like Francois Matarazzo in participatory art. But it's not just us. I mean, we have a full ecosystem, and we are
surrounded of people that are really helping us and that are providing feedback to us. We have Richard Willacy that participated today, Hugo and others like Helen Simons that was not able to join, but I'm sure she's following and helping us a lot with the evaluation. And we have also local advisory teams in Portugal, in Barcelona, in Ireland. So it's not just us, it's a huge ecosystem, and we are all doing this trip and learning a lot in the project. So what was our motivation? I heard the word bridge a lot of time today. I think it was mentioned by Vanessa at the very beginning. Also, Valentin said a bridge between the organization and the society. Luis was also mentioning the word. And we wanted to create a bridge between the opera professionals and very diverse communities. As you said, I mean, you saw what we are doing in the different trials. And to create that bridge, we wanted to use the community operas, to do co-creation. And for that co-creation of the opera, we thought that technology has to be in the middle, because we believed it was crucial to really promote an effective communication, to promote a much more efficient process in the co-creation and in the performance. And also that we needed to research a lot in all the instruments and the protocols and all the things needed for the community-centric evaluation. And with the goal of promoting a transformation, and that will be in time and that will be replicable and that will be valuable after the project also. You also mentioned about what's happening after a project. No? So that was also very important for us from the very beginning. So we wanted to involve diverse communities from the very beginning in the creative process, but also to transform the opera organizations. Mm-hmm. For example, I am now recalling the words of Valentin, and I think that that transformation also in the organizations with all the difficulties that it has, but it's also very important, and we need to rewrite opera in terms of making something that is valuable for the whole society and for all the communities that need to have access to culture, because it's a right that we all need to do. So we have 3 trials. I'm not going to extend here because we had representatives from all of them. So there is one led by Liceu in the Raval neighborhood, and creating this opera in this urban neighborhood with people with disabilities, students, migrants, former sex workers, and very diverse communities. SAMP is also leading this this trial in the area of Leiria, close to in the prison of Leiria, with young inmates, but also with their families, with the workers, with the guards, we had a very good representation of that, and Mama Joaquina was here and was really beautiful to listen to her. And we have also, and James just was here, Irish National Opera leading in all Ireland something related to virtual reality, so you can bring with VR glasses opera to all the Ireland that they don't have easy access to a theater, but that they can experience this kind of opera. So we created within Traction different tools and technologies. I'm going to speak about 3 of them, and of course we have also sometimes the fear and the doubts if this, should a Google Doc replace what we did, or is it really valuable, and is it really providing added value? We believe we did some good things, but of course we need to learn for the future, because of course we are also doing wrong approaches, and we need to do a very deep analysis on this. So the 3 tools. The first one is the co-creation space. This tool wants and aims to foster and to promote the community. We call a synchronous community because it's a kind of a social network, a kind of private social network for all those involved in the co-creation process. So, for example, it's being used now by all the choirs that are participating in Barcelona. They are more than 200 that will be on the stage in the opera, and they use the tool to communicate, to know what the others are doing, to exchange information, and to really foster a communication. So this is one of the tools, and it's very focused on making the co-creation process more efficient and be all aware of what's happening and have this communication. Here you have some pictures of the tool and some pictures of us evaluating and doing some testing with very diverse people. The second one, it's called the co-creation stage. And this tool wants to address the performance part. We want to connect different participants and different locations in real time to allow to promote a collocated, distributed opera performance. So for example, it was used, and it will be used the 16th and the 17th here in Gulbenkian to connect a main stage here, the great auditorium, and the Leiria prison, to have the inmates that were not allowed to come here, to really have them and to be part of the performance. So this is what the tool does, and these are some pictures of what we did next year in the work in progress opera performance. And the third one, as James said, they are creating the first community virtual reality opera in the world. And we are creating technology here, our CWI colleagues, to, instead of having just an isolated experience in virtual reality, you with your headsets, to promote a social experience like a remote friend that could be also with the VR headset. So you have the feeling of being and meeting in a kind of hall or foyer before the VR opera starts, and you have the opportunity to chat and really go to the theater together, to experience and to be together during the performance, and also to have the opportunity to share with to have the same experience as going to the theater, but having the VR glasses on and interacting with remote people. So, apart from the technology, and we have also the other pillar, which are the trials, the technology, and the evaluation part. So what we are doing in Traction, we are creating an umbrella with the overall evaluation methodology, and it has a lot of different, branches, let's say. So on the one hand, it's the evaluation of the technology itself, the evaluation of the co-creation processes, the evaluation of the performances, and also the evaluation of the social impact. So, as I said, we are 9 organizations, and this is very distributed according to the different expertises and the different contributions, but this is something that is also very, very relevant for the project. So, as final conclusions for today, well, we believe that opera and culture as a whole is changing a lot, and that culture must be always creative if we want culture to really be alive, and that the digital revolution, the technology, is playing already a crucial role, but it's going to play also a very, very relevant role. So, as I said, we have a lot of questions, and we're born to try to answer a lot of questions, and the bad news is that we don't have at least all the solutions. We maybe have some step forward processes, but we don't have the solutions. But I believe that great things are possible, especially when people, very diverse people, as we are in the project, as we are in all the projects that you presented, and as we are in the society, if we collaborate. So it's tempus nos, no? We have the time. Time is us, and time is ours. And if we use the time to collaborate in such projects, in such workshops and conferences, I think we are in the right way to go step by step, improving, even though we don't have the solutions at the moment. So thank you so much, and it's been a real pleasure.
Obrigada, Miquel. Muitas gracias. Gracias a ti. Muito obrigada. Chegamos então ao nosso momento derradeiro. Em síntese, amanhã começou com as boas-vindas, Luís Jerónimo, que falou sobre a importância.
Jerónimo that spoke about the importance of this Traction project and its collaboration with the Gulbenkian Foundation, how it has created social impact, and François Matarasso made an introduction, the ground floor for what we can consider to be the issues of art and participation. Then the mission of the cultural institution was emphasized by Valenti Oviedo, that spoke us about breaking the rules, and the importance about breaking the rules is that the culture is always changing. We have to adapt to that and listen to the communities in these changes. Then we had the opportunity to listen to Joaquin and Paulo Lameiro that brought us the privilege of listening to voices with the technology. We heard what was happening in the prison of Leiria with these young people, namely rap and hip-hop. The idea that the city is freedom, they said. Then the construction of capacities or capabilities through institutions. Maria Vlachou and Richard Willesey explained us this transforming capacity. And then Luís Sousa Ferreira brought us several projects. I mean, we could have another 3 days just to hear other voices, more voices, and proceeding with the projects. Raquel Gomes and David Ramin and Rita Barato and Pedro Sena Nunes spoke about emotions and the relation of these projects in reaching out to people, to communities, and creating these bridges. This was emphasized by Mikel. Then the new technologies, it shows the capacities through these new technologies. Antonio Miguel, James Bingham brought us this relation, how new technologies can be extended as a way of artistic expression and to create communities. Then now in the closing remarks, Mikel Zari left us the idea that culture as a whole is changing, but you are part of this change. You, as the community present here, you made this change as well. And so, as far as I'm concerned, it was a privilege to be part of this change. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for allowing me to participate. We shall now proceed with the cocktail at 6:30. And at 7:30 we will have the concert, Prisoner Mozart. Solis Carlos Simões, Inês Constantino, and then Federico Henriquez, together with José Brandão at the piano, in a string quartet to play Don Giovanni and Così fan tutti by Mozart, the two most sang operas in the pavilion. So it's time to celebrate the melody of this conference. Please do not forget to get your ticket from the box office. It's free, but you have to get it. So again, you have to get your tickets, even though you don't have to pay for them. If you're at home, come to the Gulbenkian and enjoy this opera project, this melody developed capacities to think, rethinking the social value of culture. Thank you.